Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen. Amen. Namaste.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the Speaker. Bills brought from the Senate. The Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zones Bill 2021 in the name of the Minister of Trade and Industry. Petitions. Petition lodged by the member for Point-a-Pear on behalf of the Sri Satya Sai Baba Organization of Trinidad and Tobago, seeking to amend the Sri Satya Sai Baba Organization of Trinidad and Tobago Incorporation Act 1993 by a private bill in order to change the name of the organization to the Sri Satya Sai International Organization of Trinidad and Tobago.
Member for Point-a-Pear.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to present a petition on behalf of the members of the Sri Satya Sai Baba Organization of Trinidad and Tobago of number 9 Ford Trace, Londonville. I move that the clerk be allowed to read the petition.
Is it agreed? Aye. Proceed.
The Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. To the Honorable Speaker and members of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in Parliament assembled. The humble petition of the members of the Sri Satya Sai Baba Organization of Trinidad and Tobago of number 9 Fort Trace, Londonville in the island of Trinidad respectfully showeth. 1. That the Sri Satya Sai Baba Organization of Trinidad and Tobago was incorporated by an Act of Parliament entitled the Sri Satya Sai Baba Organization of Trinidad and Tobago Incorporation Act 1993, Act number 16 of 1993. 2. That the Sri Satya Sai Baba Organization of Trinidad and Tobago is governed by a constitution which provides for the Central Council to administer its general affairs. 3. That the aims and objectives of the Sri Satya Sai Baba Organization of Trinidad and Tobago are A. By a process of spiritual discipline to help the individual to become aware of the divinity inherent in him and to conduct himself accordingly, to translate into practice in his daily life the spiritual values of truth, righteous conduct, peace, love, and non-violence, and to fill his life with joy, harmony, beauty, grace, human excellence, and lasting happiness. B. To bring about the spiritual transformation of humanity by the propagation and practice of the teachings of Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba. C. To do all such other lawful things as are necessary, incidental, or conducive to the attainment of any of the above objects. 4. That your petitioners are desirous of amending Act number 16 of 1993 to change the name of the Sri Satya Sai Baba Organization of Trinidad and Tobago to the Sri Satya Sai International Organization of Trinidad and Tobago to further its objectives in keeping with its international thrust. 5. Wherefore your petitioners humbly pray that this Honorable House will be pleased to take these premises into consideration and grant leave to your petitioners to proceed with the introduction of a private bill to amend the Sri Satya Sai Baba Organization of Trinidad and Tobago Incorporation Act 1993 in order that they may effectively pursue and achieve the objectives outlined. And your petitioners in duty bound will ever pray, dated the 6th day of May 2021. Signed, Vinti Mohib, President. Signed, Vinita Ramsingh, Corporate Secretary.
Honorable members, the question is that the petitioner be granted leave to proceed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Leave is granted.
Petition lodged by the Attorney General on behalf of Mrs. Hania Ram Harikisu, requesting the use of Hansard in court proceedings.
The Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I beg to present a petition on behalf of Ms. Hania Harrikisoon, Attorney at Law of the Law Offices of Harrikisoon and Company of number 3 Lewis Street, Paradise, San Fernando. I move that the clerk be allowed to read the petition.
Is it agreed? Proceed.
Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, in matter of Standing Order 21 of the Standing Orders of the House of Representatives, and in the matter of the petition of Hania Harrikisoon of Trinidad and Tobago of Harrikisoon and Company, number 3 Lewis Street, Paradise, San Fernando. To the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives and members of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in Parliament assembled. The humble petition of Hania Harrikisoon of Harrikisoon and Company, number 3 Lewis Street, Paradise, San Fernando, in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, respectfully show it as follows. 1. Your petitioner is the attorney at law on record for Trinmesh Limited, hereinafter called the claimant, in High Court Actions numbers CV 2020-03937 and CV 2020-04209. These matters concern the Comptroller of Customs and Excise and the applicability of the miscellaneous provisions, mutual assistance in criminal matters, proceeds of crime, Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, Customs and Exchange Control, Act 2018, hereinafter referred to as the said Act. 2. The matters brought against the Comptroller of Customs and Excise claim that the Comptroller of Customs and Excise applied its powers retrospectively and or retroactively to impose additional duties and taxes on items imported by the claimant, and seek the disclosure of documents under the said Act in respect of the imported items between the periods February 2014 and October 2016, and January 11, 2018 to April 4, 2020. The claimant seeks to rely upon the Hansard from the House of Representatives and Senate to support its claim that the said Act does not apply retroactively and or retrospectively. 3. In both matters, the claimant therefore sought inter alia declaratory relief that the said Act does not apply retrospectively and or retroactively, that the defendant's decisions were ultra vires, illegal, null and void, and further sought injunctive relief, quashing the defendant's decision and barring the defendant from any further purported exercise of its powers under the Customs Act, Chapter 7801, as amended. 4. The Hansard Report of Proceedings of the House of Representatives for the 13th January 2017, 17th November 2017, 1st December 2017, 15th December 2017, 12th January 2018, and 4th May 2018 should be produced and referred to at the hearings before the High Court to indicate what transpired in the House of Representatives in relation to the debate and passage of the said Act. 5. The Clerk of the House or such other officer responsible for the making of the Hansard Report in the House of Representatives should swear to an affidavit referring to and exhibiting the said Hansard Report of the proceedings or extracts thereof, and attest that they are the true record of what was said in the House of Representatives on the said date. 6. The petitioner therefore humbly prays that the House of Representatives do grant leave for the Clerk of the House or such other officer, 1. To swear an affidavit referring to and exhibiting the said Hansard Report of the proceedings or extracts thereof, and attesting that they are the true record of what was said in relation to the said Act. 2. To attend the hearings before the Honorable Judge, if required, on such dates as the matter may be adjourned from time to time by the Court. And your petitioner in duty bound will ever pray, dated this 28th day of October, 2021, signed, Hania Harrikisoon, instructing attorney at law for Trinmesh Limited.
Honorable members, the question is that the petitioner be granted leave to proceed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Leave is granted.
Papers.
The Minister of Public Administration.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Public Administration, I have the honor to lay the following papers. Paper number 1, the 111th report of the Salaries Review Commission of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Paper number 2, the 112th report of the Salaries Review Commission of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker.
The Minister of National Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to lay the following papers. The Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police Selection Process Number 2, Order 2021, and the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police Selection Process Number 2, Amendment Order 2021. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Leader of the House.
Very kindly again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay paper number 5, the Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Finance to the first report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of audited financial statements of the Urban Development Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, Unicode, for the financial years 2014 and 2015. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reports from committees.
The member for Davidi, Umera.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the following report, the second report of the Joint Select Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure on an inquiry into the management of Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission, TNTEC, and related recommendations.
Prime Minister's questions, urgent questions.
The member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to the Minister of Labour, will the Minister inform this House of the current status of the government's workplace vaccination policy?
The Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In response to the question laid by the member for Couva South, the Industrial Relations Advisory Committee has forwarded a number of recommendations to the Minister of Labour in respect to workplace vaccination. These recommendations was laid before Cabinet and is now being considered actively. And as no doubt the member for Couva South will appreciate that there are a number of IR and legal issues associated thereto. And therefore, as soon as we are finished with those deliberations, we will be coming to the general public with regards to what that policy is.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, you virtually said this on the 9th of June 2021, and given the recent declaration that 300 workers at a financial institution have been threatened with dismissal if they fail to get vaccinated or if they fail to provide a PCR test, do you agree that this matter should be treated with a sense of urgency by the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago?
Minister of Labour.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I understand the anxiety of the member for Couva South, but things are not as straightforward as they appear to be, neither should we rush into anything. And therefore, there are other mechanisms in play to deal with issues related.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Speaker, certainly it is not my anxiety, but the anxiety of workers.
Please members, please remind it, this is not about statements and speeches. Please ask the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the Minister inform this House if there's any industrial relations grievances or disputes which have been reported to the Ministry of Labor or the Industrial Court as a result of employees or workers being suspended or dismissed for not being vaccinated or failing to provide a PCR test to their respective employers.
So, member, your supplemental question is not in accordance with the standing orders, as it does not arise out of the question.
Questions on notice? Questions for oral answer?
Leader of the House.
Madam Speaker, there are 4 questions for oral answer, and we will answer all 4. There is 1 question for written response, and we will provide that response. There was another, but it was withdrawn by the member.
Member for Faizabad.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the member for Faizabad, question number 20 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to members of this honorable chamber. As of December 10th, 2017, the total number of vaccine doses by type brand that are currently available at our central storage facilities are as follows. Sinopharm, 301,144. Johnson & Johnson, 189,035. Pfizer, 362,664, giving you a total of 852,843. The expiration date for each of the type or brand of vaccines is as follows. Sinopharm, July 13, 2023 and September 13, 2023. Johnson & Johnson, May 5th, 2023 and July 31st, 2023. Pfizer, February 28th, 2022. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Fair?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Supplemental to the Minister. In view of the recent arrival of the Pfizer vaccines this week, could the Minister indicate when the booster program for citizens not already targeted by the current MOH policy will start and what will be the process?
Member for St. Joseph.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I indicated to the country last week, Monday, the announcement will be made within 2 weeks, and we intend to stick to that schedule. 2 weeks will expire this Monday, so you can look out for it very, very soon. Thank you very much.
Member for Point of Peer.
Madam Speaker, another supplemental, Minister. In view of the recent significant number of COVID-19 cases in children under 12, can the Minister indicate when the government intends to roll out the Pfizer vaccinations for the 5 to 11 age group?
Member for St. Joseph.
Thank you very much again, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. The issue of the approval by WHO for emergency use license or emergency use authorization for vaccines for children between 5 and 11, is currently engaging the attention of the SAGE group of experts that advise the WHO on this matter. As soon as that is determined, we can move forward. As I have said publicly, we have already been in talks bilaterally through CARICOM and through diplomatic efforts to source those vaccines. Those efforts are bearing fruit, and once we receive EUL or EUA from WHO, then we could progress even further. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 22 to the Minister of Sport and Community Development.
Minister of Sport and Community Development.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Sport and Community Development, 314 applications for emergency relief grants were received by the National Commission for Self-Help Limited as a result of the inclement weather experienced on Friday, 3rd September 2021.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister be in a position to advise based on a letter that I sent dated the 9th of September 2021 of the status of the 11 persons of the constituency of Couva South who applied for the receipt of such grants?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I do not have that information with me, but I'm sure that I can get the information and furnish it.
So?
Whilst the constituents of Couva South wait on their grants, could the Minister tell us how many such grants were recently distributed in the recently concluded THA election?
Member for Couva South. Again, your supplemental questions is not in accordance with the standing orders. Member for Couva South.
Madam Speaker, I have no association with Ian Allen and tell the Leader of Government.
Member for Couva South, are you going to pose question number 23 or not? Yes, please.
But I will not be provoked.
Please, member. Are you?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 23 to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, work was halted on the Sonny Ledu Government ECCE Center due to outstanding payments to the contractor and the consultant, which at present is approximately $562,699.69. A total estimated budget of $857,277.56 is also required for outfitting. This project is carried in Phase 3 of the Ministry of Education's construction work plan. Funding is currently being arranged for completion of Phase 2.
For Couva South.
And Madam Speaker, with respect to the Sonny Ledu Early Childhood Education Center, from a time point of view, Minister, could you inform this House what do you mean by this is being carried for in Phase 3? Could you be a little more explicit?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I attempted to give the time frame indicating that because funding is being sought for Phase 2 at this point, which will result in construction and completion of Phase 2, then that would indicate that the Sonny Ledu and the other centers in Phase 3 will come subsequent to that. I cannot give a time frame for that at this point in time, it being too far into the future.
For Naparima.
Minister, given the fact that the Ben Lomond Early Childhood Center is in Phase 3, could you indicate what are the criteria used for Phase 2, putting some in Phase 2 and some in Phase 3?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The criteria would be the estimated cost of completion and the estimated time for completion based on the progress of the centers that are outstanding at this time.
For Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, you have indicated that you are waiting approval for funding, but government has squandered $250 billion.
We both can stand at the same time. Member for Couva South, again I remind you, you are no statements, it's a question. 15 seconds. Please ask your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move on to question number 24. I want to remind Aruka Maloney that everybody lives in Tobago.
Question. Members, please, let's proceed. Question number 24, Member for Couva South. Are you still
Yes,
proceeding?
sir.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 24 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member of Parliament for Couva South was previously informed in this House in the responses provided to questions 128 and 157 of the 2017 and 2018 session of this House that in keeping with the policy for illumination of recreational grounds, no lights were installed at the Bucaro Recreation Ground, given its location less than 5 kilometers to two already illuminated grounds at St. Mary's Village Recreation and the Lower McBean Recreation Grounds. Therefore, the member is fully aware that there are no lights to be commissioned at the recreation ground for the very reasons given previously. Madam Speaker, it should be noted that to date, a total of 12 recreation grounds have been illuminated throughout the Couva South constituency under the Ministry of Public Utilities Public Lighting Program as follows. The Macaulay Park Recreation Ground, Calcutta No. 2 Recreation Ground, Lower McBean Recreation Ground, Baxter Hall Recreation Ground, Milton Recreation Ground, National Cricket Center, the Craig Street Recreation Ground, the Dow Village Recreation Ground, Balmain Recreation Ground, St. Mary's Recreation Ground, Couva Recreation Ground, Phoenix Park Recreation Ground. Regrettably, however, the public currently is not able to enjoy the full benefits from this investment, which was done at the expense of taxpayers of this country, as the lights at the Phoenix Park and the St. Mary's Recreation Grounds are not operational as a result of vandalism and theft. This is quite concerning and very unfortunate. This is a problem of growing concern as switch rooms are frequently broken into and the breakers stolen, and copper wires stripped from the conduits leading up to the light poles. In Mayaro, for example, the batteries for the LED solar lights were stolen. Madam Speaker, the regional corporations must do their part in maintaining these investments, since parks and recreational facilities fall under their remit to be maintained. Madam Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to admonish those who engage in this unpatriotic practice and criminal activity, and to warn that there will be stern consequences for offenders when they are caught. The government proposes to leverage existing resources and build collaborative relationships between law enforcement, residents, community leaders and groups, and indeed the entire national community in eradicating this scourge. The public must play their part and be vigilant and be on their guard as we work together to achieve significant and lasting social change and develop communities in safer places to live, work and play.
For Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, are you saying to the residents, the over 500 residents in Bucaro, that they will not be provided with lights because of lighting on the St. Mary's Recreation Ground and the Lower McBean Recreation Ground? Could you clarify that? Because you are fully aware there's a petition of over 500 residents who are seeking lighting on this particular ground.
Minister.
I am not aware that there is a petition being circulated or submitted to my office. I have indicated in my response that this question was asked on 2 occasions, and the policy was outlined to the member for Couva South. This policy has not changed. It is not that the people in his constituency in that particular location is being deprived. There is a policy, and unless there's a change in the policy, the situation remains unchanged.
For Couva South.
Given the fact that on the Bokaro Recreation Ground, there's a pavilion, there's a basketball court, there's cricket nets, there's a walking track, could you give an undertaking that you, as the line minister, will lead a charge to review the policy that you just enunciated in this particular house, based on the needs of the constituents of Couva South and by extension Bokaro?
Madam Speaker, I have outlined a number of recreation grounds that have been illuminated under the street lighting and lighting of public spaces in the constituency of Couva South. I have reviewed a number of constituencies, Madam Speaker, who are crying out for the very same thing. And my responsibility as the Minister of Public Utilities is to ensure that there is parity all over in Trinidad and Tobago.
Requests for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers, personal explanations, introduction of bills. The Finance No. 2 Bill 2021 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 64(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Finance No. 2 Bill 2021 be taken on Monday, December 13th, 2021.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stage of the Finance No. 2 Bill 2021 be taken on Monday, December 13th, 2021. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Miscellaneous Provisions Criminal Proceedings Bill 2021 in the name of the Attorney General. The Miscellaneous Provisions Proceeds of Crime, Anti-Terrorism, Securities, Insurance, and Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2021 in the name of the Attorney General. Public motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister. Public business, private members' business, motions.
The member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas the government has consistently presented budgets which are unrelated to the demonstrated needs of Trinidad and Tobago, and whereas the government has failed to present a sustainable and viable plan to address job creation, investment, or foreign exchange generation, and whereas the cost of living continues to escalate, lowering the standard of living and the quality of life of a significant segment of the population, and whereas the government continues to fund this wastage and corruption by engaging in increased domestic and foreign debt while depleting state resources, be it resolved that this House condemns the government for its neglect of the economy and the failure to generate sustainable economic growth and development. Madam Speaker, I rise today in this Honorable House, as always, to represent all right-thinking citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and to raise a motion calling on this government to cease and desist from its current policy directions. These policies manifested in the statements and actions of the ministers and government agents and in the expenditure and use of its resources has over the last 6 years driven this country into a state of economic, financial, social, and psychological depression. This motion then was born out of a sense of frustration with the current state of our nation, Madam Speaker, and the growing conviction and concern of the national community that the Honorable Prime Minister and this government in particular are unresponsive to the cries of the population of Trinidad and Tobago because they simply do not care about the needs of the population and seem to favor instead a select few at the expense of the many. Madam Speaker, I expect that the government will use its majority in the House to vote against this motion. We expect further that the government will come here today and engage in character assassination and distractions of all sorts and misdirections. But we on this side stand on the side of right. We are the voice of the people, and we believe it is our duty, Madam Speaker, and having witnessed the rapid deterioration of the quality of life and standard of living of our citizens over the last 6 years, to speak out and speak up. And Madam Speaker, no amount of public relations, music trucks, promises, engagements of all sorts, last-minute handouts and social media manipulation, no amount of that will make any difference, Madam Speaker, because the population of Trinidad and Tobago is fed up. If there was ever any doubt, Madam Speaker, just 4 days ago, our sister isle was given the opportunity to assess this government's performance, and the people of Tobago overwhelmingly rejected the Honorable Prime Minister, the Attorney General, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Education, the Minister of Tobago Affairs. Tooth Bagay have been rejected by people of Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular by the residents of Tobago. Madam Speaker, the mighty Sparrow famously said, 10 to 1 is murder. I wonder how he would describe 14 to 1. I don't think, Madam Speaker, that any right-thinking citizen would have any issue with any of the preambles in this motion. And as we saw in Tobago, will generously, strongly condemn this government for its failure and its neglect. In the last 6 years and 3 months, this Prime Minister and this Minister of Finance has spent 316 billion TT dollars, and they are planning to spend another 45 billion as the year progresses. The problem then, Madam Speaker, is that not that there is not enough money to spend on improving the lives of our citizens. The problem is that the priorities of the government and the priorities of the citizens are completely different. Madam Speaker, every cent approved by this Parliament in the annual budgetary exercise is approved under an act called an Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago. In this context, Madam Speaker, the Trinidad and Tobago referenced here is not the 1,981 square miles of land space, but the 1.4 million people who reside here, Madam Speaker. The overarching function of a government then is to spend the resources of a country so that all citizens have access to the opportunity for education and health, security, economic stability, to create the environment for the investment and business incubation and development, for the provision of public goods like electricity and water, and to provide support for the elderly and those who are themselves unable to protect and care for themselves, Madam Speaker. The annual budget exercise then is the mechanism through which the government defines and projects its revenue creation, its revenue generation via taxes, asset sales, borrowing, etc., and the proposed expenditure. But this is not a simple arithmetic exercise, Madam Speaker, grounded in accounting and basic accounting practice. This is an exercise in what is known as development economics, whereby the resources of the state are used to program the development of its citizens, to improve their quality of life, and the establishment and maintenance of a platform for future growth and development for further generations. Seen that way, Madam Speaker, the annual budget is an exercise. It is an investment in the well-being of citizens now and in the future, or at least that is how it is supposed to be. The needs of the population, Madam Speaker, are no secret. An online survey conducted by my office recently reflected the multiple surveys that have been conducted since time immemorial in this country. Persons, when asked to rank their concerns, their level of concerns in the areas which worry them, Madam Speaker, ranked the following: high crime, rising food prices, the lack of accessible health care, high unemployment, bad roads, poverty, government corruption, the high cost of and limited access to education, poor and or unreliable water supply, and poor drainage, Madam Speaker. Amongst business persons, they added foreign exchange availability and general economic uncertainty as additional features and concerns and issues that trouble them in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, a recent study contained in the Central Bank's compilation of working papers on financial stability in Trinidad and Tobago, the Volume 2, released earlier this year, revealed the fact that economic uncertainty experienced by investors and business people in Trinidad and Tobago is worse than it has ever been in our history. But, Madam Speaker, we don't need international surveys and reports to tell us what we already know. In their manifesto of 2015, which they have adopted as government policy, the PNM cited these very same issues and outlined a large array of plans by which they proposed to address and resolve these concerns. But you see, when they got into office, Madam Speaker, their priorities shifted away from the needs of the people to the needs of the self. The cabinet became a business boardroom, with the door to the cabinet becoming a revolving door to facilitate the constant recusal of sitting cabinet members because they have a conflict of interest with cabinet decisions meant to serve the best interests of the people. The 7 budgets presented by this Honorable Minister of Finance should have, in fact, addressed all of these concerns raised by the population thus far. Instead, what the country got was a set of shiny documents printed on fancy paper, bearing flowery titles, containing a series of mega projects and game-changing promises, which remain pie in the sky up to today. Snake oil salesmen selling dreams with hope to justify spending their money on what they want instead of what the population is saying that they wanted. Madam Speaker, in October 2015, the Minister of Finance came and in his first budget presentation told this country that he wanted to get $63 billion during fiscal 2016 for a wide range of projects designed to instill confidence and trust in him and in his government. And thus began the biggest racket in the history of this country.
Okay, so, member, in terms of the word racket, I'd ask you to withdraw that word and find another way. All right? That language is not allowed.
And thus began the greatest disservice by this government to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, this government at that time, 2015, promised the development of a maritime maintenance facility. They promised a first-class road from Princestown to Moruga. They promised the removal of all traffic lights from Port of Spain to Sangre Grande by constructing overpasses and interchanges at strategic locations along the East-West corridor. They promised to expedite surgeries and expand the chronic disease assistance program. They promised to incentivize the renewable energy sector with the target that by the year 2021, that is now, at least 10% of the energy generated in this country will be from renewable resources. They promised to complete and fully operationalize the Tamana Intech Park and the Piaco Aero Park. They promised to upgrade all existing industrial estates and to create new ones. They promised farmers increased access to credit at a better resource and enhanced agricultural development bank, Madam Speaker. They promised the establishment of a sport institute. They promised that they would have strengthened and resourced all stake institutions involved in funding, trading, and developing markets for the SME sector. They promised to re-engineer the criminal justice system to provide for an efficient and legitimate foundation for crime prevention, law enforcement, and the reduction of repeat offenders. Does any of this sound familiar, Madam Speaker? They promised that prison management will be strengthened with focus on prison officer security, overall security management, health services, and the rehabilitation of offenders. They promised to expand GATE. They promised a national health insurance system by December 31st, 2018. They promised to reintroduce the rent-to-own program. They promised to clear the backlog of foreign exchange demand and to ensure a more transparent and fair distribution of foreign exchange. They promised a new ferry port in Tobago. And, Madam Speaker, all of that, all of those promises came only from the Minister of Finance in his budget presentation in 2015. 6 years later, not one of those things have been done. But they spent $53 billion in 2015 to 2016 without moving a stone, without cutting a blade of grass, and without creating a single new job or revenue stream or benefit for the people of Trinidad and Tobago under these projects. And that is how this minister expected to restore public confidence and trust in his government. And that is only in their first year, Madam Speaker. In every year since then, this government has come to this honorable chamber telling this nation that they were going to create new jobs. They were going to create new opportunities for average citizens to develop businesses. They were going to create opportunities for small and medium-sized enterprise sector to develop and to bloom. For rural communities, for the poor, they were going to create transparency in the allocation of resources, Madam Speaker. And every year, what they say and what they do have been two different things. And when we speak to our citizens, Madam Speaker, as we do on a regular basis, and they realize that this government has spent an average of $139 million every single day since it has been in office. And for the last 6.5 years, they cannot get water in their taps. They cannot get a Panadol when they go to the health center. They cannot get a bed to lie down on when they are sick in the hospitals. They have to be content with crater-sized holes, Madam Speaker, risking their cars and their lives. They have to treat with flooding whenever rain falls, causing great financial hardships, health hazard, and extreme frustration. And when over 200,000 of our citizens are living in poverty, not knowing where their next meal is going to come from. They want to know, Madam Speaker, we want to know, where has all this money gone? Citizens want to know if their lives are going to get better, or if they have to continue to sit and suffer and watch while this government ministers thrive and those close to them laugh all the way to the bank. That is why Tobago rejected you. Madam Speaker, how in the world can this government justify spending $4.2 billion every month for 75 months and still leave all the critical problems facing this country not just unresolved in the matter, but actually substantially worse than it had been when they found it? Now, I do not believe for one moment that this government does not have a plan. I am convinced, Madam Speaker, that there was in fact a plan. It is just that this government's plan was not working in favor of citizens of this country. And after hundreds of recusals, we know who it is working for. We know who is benefiting, Madam Speaker. The problem is that their plan undermined the economy and compromised the economic health of our nation for personal benefit and the wealth generation of a select few. That is why they will pass procurement legislation, but they will sabotage the implementation of that legislation so they can continue to spend billions of dollars without transparency, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are several instances when this government proposed or portrayed that they were engaged in some sort of creation of a plan, but it was all optics. It was always for optics. It was always for the view, for the camera, Madam Speaker. You will recall, Madam Speaker, that in 2016, this government appointed an Economic Development Advisory Board. The board was then chaired by noted economist Dr. Terence Farrell, who was forced to resign in frustration not long after when it became obvious to him that the work of that board was being treated for window dressing. Dr. Farrell said then, and I quote, "In my view, the macroeconomic development and diversification challenges facing this country are serious." This is in 2015 he was saying this. "In my view, the macroeconomic developmental and diversification challenges facing this country are serious and require urgent concerted action based on sensible plans which have the highest priority and which should be implemented with focus and resolve." I agree with him. We all must agree with him. He complained, however, that there remained a large volume of work which is incomplete for lack of resources. Ironically, Madam Speaker, that research involved substantial crises, substantial issues, substantial recommendations, which, if had been treated then, would not necessarily have confronted us today. One of those things, Madam Speaker, piqued my curiosity, because in December 2015, the Economic and Development Advisory Board had submitted to this Minister of Finance a research paper entitled "Responding to the Declining Revenue Scenario." Responding to the declining revenue scenario, Madam Speaker, that was in December 2015. Can you imagine if things like those, if those pieces of research had been brought to the fore, reviewed, discussed, debated, whether or not we will still be in the crises that we are in today? Because that board pidgeted this thing, Madam Speaker. They saw it in advance and proposed measures to deal with it, but that did not fall in favor with the Minister of Finance and with this government. Madam Speaker, ask yourself, why would a government pursue and engage professionals in various fields and task them with developing plans for the development of the country, for building institutional capacity and infrastructural capacity, for finding creative long-term, short-term, and medium-term solutions to the very issues facing Trinidad and Tobago today, and then turn around and starve them of resources so that they could not complete their work, so that they would not be able to provide the solutions that the government desperately needs but does not want. It is now history, Madam Speaker, that the entire board of the Economic Development Advisory Board, the entire board resigned and resigned completely, leaving this government minister, the Honorable Minister of Finance, and his group to run the country to the ground, which is exactly what has happened, Madam Speaker. But that's one plan. 2 years later, they came again on the eve of a general election. The government will return to the same playbook, roping in persons from all walks of life, from a wide cross-section of the population, and having them spend hours and hours and hours in deliberations and in research, developing what was called then a roadmap for recovery. Mind you, if they had followed the advice of the Economic Development Board, early on in 2015, we would have been far advanced. Instead, they abandoned everything that board had done and came 2020, just before the general election, with a roadmap to recovery. Madam Speaker, that roadmap led to nowhere because it was never intended to. It was an election prop. And like all plans before, like all the promises before, it was simply a smokescreen. Don't wait for it, Madam Speaker. It's never going to come. But this lack of government's commitment to a plan to take this country and citizens forward has had predictable results, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, suffered by the vast majority of citizens in this country. The Trinidad and Tobago economy has collapsed by more than 16% in the short 5 years between October 2015 and September 2020, with the expectation that that contraction is going to continue into the 2021 fiscal year. This means, Madam Speaker, that this government, under this government and this minister, Trinidad and Tobago is now producing today $30 billion less than it was producing in 2015 across all sectors of this economy. To make matters worse, Madam Speaker, available statistics show us that 112,000 persons who were employed in 2015, 112,000 persons employed in 2015 had lost their jobs by June 2020. What that number translates to, Madam Speaker, is that the unemployment rate increased by 450%. 450% as at 18 months ago, and we all know it has gotten worse since then. Earlier this year, Madam Speaker, the Confederation of Regional Business Chambers revealed that 6,000 businesses had closed their doors permanently. That is even more unemployment. And as the economy spiraled downwards, the country woke up to the startling news that Trinidad and Tobago had been ranked as the worst performer in the Caribbean in attracting foreign direct investment, suffering a net loss of $439 million in fiscal 2021, Madam Speaker. But you see, when a government fails, it's not just the ministers. When a government fails, it's the population that suffers. It's the population that pays the price for government's failure. And as more persons become unemployed, and as world prices continue to climb, Madam Speaker, the crisis of poverty has started to hit more and more to our citizens. While some collect rents of millions per year from the state, and others are fortunate to be able to see their young families' businesses grow and prosper from government contracts, Madam Speaker, the poor do not think about millions because they are too busy trying to find a dollar to buy food for themselves. For some in this heartless government, Madam Speaker, persons lining up in the sun and the rain to collect a small bag of food, Madam Speaker, were not needy persons. They were viewed as greedy persons. Thank you. Madam Speaker, a survey sponsored by CARICOM, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Agency, and the World Food Program, published in June this year, revealed that 4 out of 5 persons in the lowest income groups were jobless. Worse than that, Madam Speaker, they revealed that 2 out of 5 persons were going without food, some for the entire day. Some were selling their assets, Madam Speaker, in order to buy food, sacrificing future development growth potential, Madam Speaker. 9 out of 10 citizens surviving below or well below average income levels stated, Madam Speaker, that they were receiving no support. They had received no support from this government during COVID. No support. And those are the persons who are most desperately in need. But why should we be surprised, Madam Speaker, when we have a Prime Minister who, when asked if he was trying to bridge the gap between the rich and the poor, declared, and I quote, "You have to find a way to encourage the rich to get richer, because in getting richer, they provide opportunities for the poor." You see, Madam Speaker, that's the leader of the country. That's the leader of the government. And his focus was not on giving persons a hand up. He was focused on he was not focused on promoting micro-development. He was not promoting and developing people. His focus, Madam Speaker, was in creating perpetual dependency and a vote bank that they could bully and threaten, Madam Speaker. And while citizens lived on the edge of starvation in this country, this government continued to sweep corruption and mismanagement under the carpet. That is what Tobago rejected, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, recently it became public knowledge that the board of NGC had wasted $197.5 million on a compression facility in Beachville in Guayaguayari before they realized that there was no need for the facility. All the beneficiaries of all these contracts involved have been paid, and it is the taxpayer who has been forced to carry the bill for this. No one has been held accountable to date. In another scandal, Madam Speaker, the board of NGC unilaterally decided to pursue the Train 1 enhancement program at the cost of $223 million, despite the majority shareholders saying that they did not see the value in it and it was not a viable enterprise. These two scandals, Madam Speaker, cost taxpayers $420.5 million, including hundreds of thousands of scarce foreign exchange. Question about that Train 1 fiasco, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's response in this very House was that the loss was a manageable sum. Manageable by whom? The taxpayers of this country. People in this country literally cannot get food to eat. Businesses are collapsing by the thousands. People are dying waiting for surgeries, Madam Speaker, and basic health care. And to this Prime Minister, the loss of a few $100 million is no big thing. 800,000 children deemed to be in need of food support in this country have been forced to go hungry to bed, sleep hungry, wake up hungry, and do this whole cycle again. But under this government, Madam Speaker, that's no big thing. Hundreds of millions could have been spent to incentivize the small business sector, Madam Speaker. Food for these citizens, Madam Speaker. But thrown away instead. No big thing. But this is not free money, Madam Speaker. It is taxpayers that pay for it. And to fund this profligate spending that nobody has been paid for, nobody has been held to account for, to fund this spending, the government has been borrowing hand over fist from every person that it could get, from every entity. By the end of this fiscal year, this government would have borrowed in excess, Madam Speaker, in excess of $86 billion. This has taken the central government total debt to a whopping $104 billion as of July 2021, the highest it has ever been. To put this into perspective, Madam Speaker, it will take every cent the government has earned for 2020 and 2021 and three-quarters of the amount of money it expects to earn in 2022 to pay off that debt. And as bad as that is, Madam Speaker, it has not included the $2.5 billion in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, from which it was pulled out, extracted from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund to add to the borrowing by this minister. Madam Speaker, the international agencies have taken note. Moody's has downgraded this government 4 times in 6 years, and Standard & Poor's 6 times in 6 years. Madam Speaker, we are in a crisis today. We are in a crisis, the same crisis that we are in when they were saying that we were in crisis in 2015, Madam Speaker. Businesses are collapsing. The poor are suffering, Madam Speaker. My colleagues will deal with further Madam Speaker. But we cannot continue to progress. We cannot continue to proceed.
Member, your time is up.
I beg to move.
This motion requires a second. Member from Miaro.
I second the motion and I reserve my right to speak at a later time.
Honourable members, the motion being seconded, I shall now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that this House condemns the government for its neglect of the economy and failure to generate sustainable economic growth and development. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I begin my substantive response, let me just deal with some factual issues. Firstly, the Tobago House of Assembly Act makes it crystal clear the responsibilities of the THA vis-a-vis the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, it is factually incorrect to say that whatever happened on Monday had anything to do with the government being involved in the administration of Tobago. But I am not surprised that the honourable member does not know that. Tobago is run by an assembly, not by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And that has been so since 1984, I believe. With respect to the unemployment rate, members opposite have a tendency to hyperbole. They tend to exaggerate, grossly exaggerate. I myself am sometimes surprised at the extent of the exaggeration. The member for Oropouche West said that the unemployment rate has increased by 450% over the last couple of years, especially during the COVID period. Of course, I know that that is not true. So that I asked and received the unemployment figures, which are available, but reality and truth are strangers to the members opposite. And I'm advised that in the second quarter of 2019, the official unemployment rate as measured by the Central Statistical Office was 4.4%. 1 year later, in the second quarter 2020, the official unemployment rate as measured by the Central Statistical Office was 5.1%. Madam Speaker, when I did mathematics in school, and it is still so, an increase from 4.4% to 5.1% is an increase of 13.6%. It is not an increase of 450%. But members opposite just love to throw out numbers. They pull them out of the hat, they pull them out of the sky, and they just throw them, hoping that uninformed persons will listen to them. Now, Madam Speaker, let us deal with the motion itself. And the first recital. The government has consistently presented budgets which are unrelated to the demonstrated needs of Trinidad and Tobago. The member opposite did not deal with one letter in that first recital, far less one word, far less the intent and meaning of that first recital. The fact of the matter is that this government, in preparing the annual budget, and this has been the case since 2015, September 2015, when we were elected as the government for the first time, the annual budget has been and continues to be a collaborative process between the government, all of the public sector departments and agencies, and all of the relevant stakeholder groups in the private sector. That is how the 2015 budget was done, and that is how all of the budgets since then have been done. Each year, the Ministry of Finance receives input from the various government ministries based on their needs, based on their own determination of what is required by various segments of society relevant to those particular ministries. In addition, numerous private sector entities, chambers of commerce, manufacturing organizations, trade unions, service industry representatives, private citizens, banks, and a plethora of private sector interests will write to the Ministry of Finance with a wish list for inclusion in the budget and ask that the budget be formulated along the lines of their requests. This year, by the way, was no different. And this year, we made special effort to try and facilitate as many of the requests of the private sector in particular that we received. And the budget this year actually reflects a lot of the recommendations made to the government by the private sector and by private individuals. And by way of example, before I go on, the tax concessions that are being given to small and medium enterprises, to companies involved in digitization, to companies involved in manufacturing, to companies involved in exports, in innovation, the tax relief on electric cars, and a number of other fiscal measures, all announced in this year's budget, are all based on a collaborative effort with the citizenry, with civil society, as it is called, and with various private sector agencies and individuals. The input is typically related to recommendations or proposals to improve the economic condition of this country, develop and advance various sectors of the economy, particularly the non-energy sector, support businesses, and in particular support the most vulnerable groups in the society, provide relief to sectors to expand their capacity. I have given the example of exports, and to help Trinidad and Tobago to keep pace with global developments. Certainly one of the key areas in budgeting over the last 6 years has been to pay particular attention to the health sector. Despite our financial challenges, we have done as much as has been humanly possible to access the necessary funding for vaccines, for example. The vaccines that we have received over 1 million vaccines, some of which have been free by way of donations and some of which we have paid for. And the Ministry of Finance's responsibility in that venture, together with the Minister of Health and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Prime Minister, and the COVID team, as we call it, our responsibility is to ensure that the requisite agreements are in order, that they are vetted, that they are reviewed to ensure that they are in our best interest. And it's also our responsibility at the Ministry of Finance to ensure that adequate funding is made available immediately upon a signal that we get from any of the various agencies, from COVAX, from the Africa Vaccine Alliance. As soon as we get a signal and the Ministry of Health requires funding, the Ministry of Finance moves into first gear, top gear, and we provide funding. Sometimes we provide funding within 24 hours for vaccines that has occurred within the last several months. So that is one of the areas where the Ministry of Finance in its budgeting has been very responsive to the real needs of the country. And I'm very happy to be involved in this process, and it has been my honor to assist the Ministry of Health and the country at large to ensure that all vaccines that were available that needed to be paid for were paid for immediately, promptly. Sometimes we had to deal with time differences, different time zones, like when we're getting vaccines from the Africa Alliance, the time zone that the organization is located in is 14 hours ahead. So we had to be very, very careful that we didn't miss any deadlines. So that is one of the ways the Ministry of Health has responded to the needs of the population. We also respond to the needs of the Ministry of Health in terms of giving them the necessary funding to hire medical personnel, whether it is nurses, whether it is doctors, whether it is other support personnel within the health sector. We provide that funding. We also, at the level of the Ministry of Finance, provide funding for pharmaceuticals. And we have dealt with pharmaceuticals in two ways. We recognized early o'clock that because of the downturn in the energy sector in particular, which is where Trinidad and Tobago gets the bulk of its foreign exchange from, that there might be a foreign exchange shortage in terms of availability of foreign exchange for essential goods and services. So we opened two windows at the Exim Bank. One is for essential supplies, such as essential foods, suppliers of those, and we determined together with the Exim Bank, they did a very good job, I want to congratulate them, the people at the Exim Bank, to determine what were the basic food supplies the country needed over the last 2 years, particularly during COVID. And also, we established a window for importers of pharmaceuticals, for medical equipment, for PPE, and so on, so that we made sure that there was a steady stream of funding and a steady availability of foreign exchange for the importation of these items, because we don't make any significant pharmaceuticals in Trinidad and Tobago. We might make a little Panadol or something here, but we don't make the bulk of pharmaceuticals in Trinidad and Tobago. We have to import them. And I will tell you, Madam Speaker, that costs this country over $1 billion a year. The free medication that is provided to citizens of Trinidad and Tobago costs us $1 billion a year. And that is budgeting for the needs of the population. So I am actually quite happy that the member for Orpoch West thought it necessary to bring a motion like this, because I can now
inform the public as to exactly what the Ministry of Finance is doing and what the government is doing in terms of its annual budgeting. We've also made available any funding that the Ministry of Health requires for all of its needs, and we're also very supportive to them. Similarly, we have assisted the Ministry of Education. I just saw a question asked and answered, a written question, about MiFi devices, which is the mobile Wi-Fi devices for the students who do not have good internet access at home, and their needs as students are challenged because they need the internet because many of these children are at home, they're not at school. And I just saw that we have already started to distribute the MiFi devices, the mobile Wi-Fi devices, to vulnerable children, and I'm very happy for that. That is another budgetary measure that the Ministry of Finance is very happy to be involved in, to support the education sector, to support free tertiary education, to support free secondary and primary education, to support the funding needs of the Ministry of Education in terms of ensuring that teachers get their salaries on time, to make sure that all of the critical needs of our education sector are met through our budgetary process. That's very important. I'm also very pleased that I have been able to assist the Ministry of National Security, assist the police in our budgeting. And just let me make a point. In 2014, the annual budget was $63 billion. That was the budget of the UNC. There was a lot of waste in that $63 billion because we have been able to reduce the annual amount spent on government expenditure from 63 to 51 and 50. And still, the country has been able to continue moving on. So it showed that there was over $10 billion in wasteful expenditure in the system. Members opposite like to quote big numbers. I heard the member for Arapooch West say, oh, they have spent $300 billion and they will spend more. If it were them, it wouldn't be $300 billion over the last 6 years, Madam Speaker. Maybe more like 400 or 500 billion. That is the rate at which they were spending money. And therefore, these big numbers don't really make any sense because we have determined that the Trinidad and Tobago economy and the Trinidad and Tobago public and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago require government expenditure of at least $50 billion a year. And you see when they throw those big numbers, my question always is, okay, so you're vexed because the government has been spending an average of $50 billion a year for the last 6 years. What would you like us to cut out? And they can't answer you because that $50 billion is critical to the survival of every citizen of this country. So what you want, reduce it from 50 to 40 and then retrench 20,000 public servants? Make people pay for secondary education, make people pay to go into the hospital. These kinds of comments don't make any sense. And Madam Speaker, I really hope and pray for the day that we can have an intellectual debate in this Parliament about these matters, because these matters are important. It's very important for us as a country that we engage in critical thinking and we have intellectual debates about things like what is required to diversify the economy and move the economy forward, instead of all of this tralala that members opposite, this old, tired, old-time politics that they come with. Let me also say that in addition to getting submissions from the private sector and the public sector and individuals in terms of what we should put in the annual budgets, and doing our best to make sure that we try to accommodate every single need that is put to us and every single need established and determined by research, we also are guided by a number of key documents. One of them is the roadmap for Trinidad and Tobago post-COVID. And that document was prepared by a group of both public and private sector individuals, eminent citizens. And what this document, Roadmap for Trinidad and Tobago post-COVID, identified were, firstly, let us try to deal with our vulnerable population who have been affected by the pandemic. Let us see what we can do to restart the economy. And let us lay the foundation for a sustained economic recovery. So we don't operate by VAPs, Madam Speaker, as they would think that we do. In the phase 2 of the Roadmap to Recovery report, there were a number of recommendations for the short to medium term. Development of back-to-work protocols to try and get people back into productive activity as soon as possible. Provision of resources for our social safety net. Well, we have done that. I've heard the member talking about some little food basket or some little hamper somebody get and pouring scorn on that. But I am proud to say that I am part of a government that has distributed 200,000 food baskets with fresh vegetables and fresh chicken. 200,000 food baskets over the last 12 months, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to be in that government that did that. They could carry on and bleat about how it's a little hamper. Nonsense. 200,000 food baskets. Fresh vegetables, fresh chicken. So one other recommendation that the private sector reps on the Roadmap to Recovery Committee made, provide support to the private sector versus tax refunds, through tax refunds, VAT refunds, zero interest government guaranteed loans, grants for micro enterprises, boost the agriculture sector with a significant pot of funds for the agriculture sector, try to encourage local production of agriculture through stimulus, through grants, through concessions, through projects in the agriculture sector. And I'm happy to see that that is bearing fruit. I announced in the budget a number of private sector individuals who are now taking advantage of the fact that the agriculture sector is now a tax-free sector as a result of this government's initiatives over the last 6 years. And you see hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, private investment in livestock and in other areas of agricultural production taking fruit over the last couple of years. And in terms of support to the small and medium enterprise sector, I'm very proud and honored to be involved in that as well. Just this week, you would have seen an advertisement from the banks with respect to phase 2 of the SME loan, which is an interest-free loan over a period of 7 years with a moratorium of 2 years. And we have waived the statutory requirements for people to be up to date with their NIS and their income tax and so on for the years 2019 and 2020. So we have done everything that we can to assist those small and medium enterprises who want to access these loans. As I said, the advertisements are in the newspapers. For those of you who are listening to this broadcast, please read the newspapers. You will see what is required to access those loans for small and medium enterprises. And you can also go on the Ministry of Finance website, and we will assist you on how to get access to any one of those SME loans, Madam Speaker. And I'm very proud to be associated with that. We have put aside $300 million for that, and if more is required, more will be provided. And what we also did in this budget, and this is why this motion is ill-conceived, recognizing from the first phase of the small and medium enterprise loan that a number of businesses could not qualify because their accounts were not in order, they had no fiscal discipline, and they didn't follow good management practices. There is an allocation in this year's budget of $50 million to provide free professional services to small and medium enterprises. And I see the member for Point-A-Pear looking at me. Even your business could benefit from this. Even your business. Free services in accounting, free services in management, free services in project management. We have a $50 million fund, which the details of which we will flesh out over the next couple of months so that businesses can access them and get their businesses into proper shape and get the necessary discipline going forward so that small businesses can become medium businesses and medium businesses can become large businesses. We also have been advised that we should try to accelerate our public sector investment program, look at our projects, review our projects, see whether there's need for an adjustment, a sea change, as it were, in terms of the type of infrastructure projects that are being done in Trinidad and Tobago. And might I say, there's a worldwide trend that has come out during the pandemic. And Madam Speaker, how much more time do I have? Because I could talk for about 6 hours.
Your time expires at 3:04.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So there's a worldwide trend that has come out in the pandemic from think tanks and from government agencies as to how you should spend money on the productive sector in the pandemic era and the post-pandemic era. And the thinking, I'm seeing it in the European Union and I'm seeing it in the United States as well, that one should shift away from mega projects and move towards smaller community-based projects. And I am saying, as one individual, I will be urging that this be done over the next couple of years, because that is the best way to spend investment on the public sector investment program. You know, kind of put mega projects on ice for a little while and move towards smaller, medium-sized community projects. You know, deal with people in their communities, in their homes, and so on. The roadmap for recovery also indicated that we should move very quickly for digitization and digitalization of the public service, and there's a new ministry created, and that is budgeted for in the annual budget, the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And that is all part of our understanding that this is where the country has to go. Just recently, Madam Speaker, I was privileged to be involved in a seminar put on by the United Nations representative for Trinidad and Tobago called Big Data. And I was honored again to be able to present a statement and be part of a panel discussion dealing with how big data, and big data is just a catchphrase that has developed over the last couple of years, and it means data that is large in volume and it's very fast. It's coming at you very quickly. So they define this thing as big data. And part of my presentation dealt with cashless transactions, and I want to let honorable members know, and I want to let the listening public know, that in this year, 2022, we have set ourselves a target by the end of December 2022 that we will try and make sure that virtually every transaction with the public service, whether you're going for your driver's permit, your passport, you're going to pay a fee, you have some payment to make, you're paying your taxes, whatever it is, that virtually every transaction with the public sector by December 2022 will be online and cashless. You have that option. So this is part of us budgeting for, in our annual budget, for the things that are needed to propel Trinidad and Tobago into the post-pandemic and into the modern era. We also hope that as we digitize and we allow cashless transactions everywhere in customs, in the Board of Inland Revenue, and in all of the agencies of the state, that this must improve the ease of doing business in Trinidad and Tobago. It must. I know in other countries that in North America, for example, you can go through an entire process of dealing with a government department online. You don't have to show up in person. It's just a whole question of validating your identity and things of that nature, and everything can be done online. You could apply for your driver's permit and get it in the mail. And I am hoping that Trinidad and Tobago will get to that point sooner rather than later. So we are providing the funding for that to the Ministry of Digital Transformation. We also hope to create our own Tier 3 data center in Trinidad and Tobago. Right now, we have to pay foreign agencies for that level of data. So in the budget is a project to create a Tier 3 data center right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Should save us a lot of money and would also assist us in our digital transformation efforts. We also were advised to provide incentives for small and medium-sized businesses. We're doing exactly that. We're also advised to expand the use of renewable energy, and there are 2 solar projects that are well underway, 2 solar energy electricity projects that will provide a significant amount of electricity. I think it's 100 megawatts. I'm not sure of the exact amount, but I know it's significant in terms of providing electricity to the grid, and that will help us to satisfy our commitment to the Paris Agreement, and also the COP26 arrangements that just completed, and we will continue to push towards motivating people to get involved in renewable energy and also energy efficiency. And of course, we want to promote Trinidad and in particular Tobago as a green tourism destination. The question of the expansion of the economy, the Ministry of Energy has been doing a lot of good work, and with the respect to the limited time, I will leave that for the Minister of Energy to talk about. Yes, I'm watching the clock. I will leave that for the Minister of Energy to talk about. But we also have a lot going on in the non-energy sector. we have provided, the Ministry of Finance has provided to the Ministry of Trade a fund of $50 million for trade promotion to assist local Trinidad and Tobago companies to penetrate export markets in the Latin American and Caribbean region and even further abroad, Madam Speaker, and that's going quite well. In addition, we continuing with the Caribbean Basin Initiative that has recently been renewed, and it allows Trinidad and Tobago to benefit from continued duty-free access for selected goods to the U.S. market. And we are diversifying our exports to the U.S. market. We also have the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership, which seeks to expand trade between CARICOM and the EU. The Ministry of Trade is also working on a cooperation agreement with Colombia, Madam Speaker, and a partial scope arrangement with Panama, and a trade agreement with the Dominican Republic, and a trade agreement with Chile, Madam Speaker. So that, again, I would expect the Minister of Trade to go into greater detail, but there's a lot going on in terms of creating markets for our exporters, and all of this is being budgeted for. I made the point that we provided a fund of $50 million to the Ministry of Trade and Industry for export promotion, and that is just part of the funding we provided to the Ministry of Trade and Industry in our Export and Diversification Trust. We have a new industrial estate being created in Point Lisas in the Phoenix Park area. That is costing a significant amount, about $700 million, and that has been budgeted for. So all of these things are in the annual budget. So I reject absolutely this first recital, not even bothering with the others, that the government has consistently presented budgets which are unrelated to the needs of Trinidad and Tobago. That's nonsense. Everything that we put in the budget is on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, requested by the people of Trinidad and Tobago, filtered out by the technocrats in the Ministry of Finance, discussed in meetings with various private sector organizations, and then we develop policies and we create a national budget which is designed to cater for the needs of Trinidad and Tobago. So I reject this motion absolutely, Madam Speaker.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to remind the Minister of Finance that the people of Tobago just rejected everything he said that he has put for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, we on this side are not of the position that the state, the government, has done nothing. What we are saying is that there is a policy mismatch. A policy mismatch that is not bringing the benefit to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, the policies as exposed by the Minister of Finance for the last 30 minutes are weak and unresponsive to the needs of the people of Trinidad and Tobago in the circumstances that we find ourselves in, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, clearly, we in the opposition, as we go through our respective constituencies and meeting our citizens, our burgesses, for the councillors and so on, there is a considerable amount of pain and suffering amongst the people in this country, Madam Speaker. And that is a rationale that is being caused by poor economic management by the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister, who leads his cabinet, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in many cases, these decisions that have been made by the government is leading to grinding poverty, Madam Speaker, starvation in some cases, and an inability to meet the basic day-to-day expenses for several of our citizens, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a Christmas of distress and misery that is going to come down on a large number of nationals. Madam Speaker, this dreadful state of affairs that this country finds itself in is a direct result of these flawed policies and a failed and incompetent administration, which, as the finance minister just said, they are still relying on a declining energy sector, and they have made very little or no effort in structural reformation of this economy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is against this background that I want to commend my colleague, the member for Oropuch West, for this timely and purposeful motion and for a dynamic and effective delivery of a direction for today's debate. Madam Speaker, I am particularly drawn to the initial recital of the motion, which reads, whereas the government has consistently presented budgets which are unrelated to the demonstrated needs of Trinidad and Tobago. That, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, is the core of the issue. That is the meat of the matter, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance could read out financial data and international reports until the cows come home, but who is in the kitchen feels the heat, Madam Speaker. And unlike the government, Madam Speaker, we in the opposition, we are on the ground. We are meeting the jobless and the suffering, all of whom are victims of poor economic policies and weak national leadership as displayed by those on the other side, Madam Speaker. We are seeing, Madam Speaker, I as MP for Mayaro, Madam Speaker, I am seeing skilled energy professionals who cannot land a job because of the collapse of Petrotrin and Point Lisa. I am meeting trained operators who are on the breadline because the manufacturing sector cannot meet its potential. We are hearing from small entrepreneurs and agro-processors who are being crushed under the weight of ineffective stimulus measures, most of which the Minister of Finance just called out for us in this chamber. Madam Speaker, this PNM administration would make Ebenezer Scrooge blush with envy. Madam Speaker, since the minister likes to shield himself behind international studies, let us meet him on his own turf. And I want to quote from the country's latest International Monetary Fund report. But unlike the minister, Madam Speaker, I will not cherry-pick the analysis of international reputable bodies. The IMF says in that report, the latest one, Madam Speaker, comprehensive structural reforms are key to promoting the non-energy sector and boosting potential growth. Madam Speaker, this is what we have been saying for the last 6 years on this side. And the government continues to bungle, to put wrong policy decisions in terms of trying to deal with the situation that we find ourselves in. Let us just refer quickly to the last Moody's report, the one in which Trinidad and Tobago was downgraded from BA1 to BA2 and altered. This has altered the outlook from stable to negative, Madam Speaker. The report states, the mature profile of the hydrocarbon sector and limited progress in economic diversification are structural factors that continue to constrain Trinidad and Tobago's credit profile. Madam Speaker, Moody's make it very, very clear that significant and steady progress that could lead to economic diversification would result in a higher rating. Madam Speaker, the IMF, Moody's, and several other international agencies continue to indicate that Trinidad and Tobago, unfortunately, remains a one-trick pony, relying almost solely on the diminishing returns of an aging energy sector. Madam Speaker, for 6 years, that has not been addressed in any considerable manner, Madam Speaker. This is why the member for Oropuch West is correct when he states that the government must be condemned for its neglect of the economy and its failure to generate sustainable economic growth and development. Our economic picture, Madam Speaker, is a depressing one. Debt to GDP ratio has galloped to almost 85%, according to Moody's. The fiscal deficit remains high, extremely high, and government spending is being propped up by drawdowns from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. Madam Speaker, the IMF makes it clear there is a need for government to rebuild fiscal policy space and ensure adequate savings for future generations. This is not the UNC or the opposition that is saying this, Madam Speaker. This is the IMF that is putting this forward to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, the IMF continues to echo that there's a crucial point that we in the opposition continues to make. But clearly, the government is either very callous or incapable of implementing these policies that are very much needed to put us on a different track, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Oropuch West is again on target when he states in the recital to the motion that the cost of living continues to escalate, lowering the standard of living and quality of life for a significant segment of the population. Madam Speaker, before I deal with some important policy issues, let me speak of two relatively simple matters that are seriously hurting consumers in their pocket. The world is being affected by a supply chain issue as a result of the shutdown of the productive sectors throughout the world during the crippling early stages of COVID-19. Madam Speaker, proactive and competent global leaders made sustained efforts to boost domestic production in food and agri-processing and certain manufacturing operations. After all, Madam Speaker, necessity is the mother of invention. That should have been a common sense response in Trinidad and Tobago, which has large acreage of arable lands, some of them former utilized sugar estates, and a skilled and hard-working labor force. After all, Madam Speaker, food is the most essential commodity to human existence. Any private sector CEO would have implemented such rational measures in a crisis. Any capable national leader would have met the emergency head-on and rallied the agricultural sector. But instead, Madam Speaker, our agricultural production remains so inadequate that our annual $6 billion food import bill continues to zoom upwards, Madam Speaker. Again, the policy of a duty-free agricultural sector is not delivering on the commitment for food production that we sorely need. While our food imports could be stuck half a world away, Madam Speaker, our agricultural sector still represents only 1% of GDP. Surely, Madam Speaker, a dynamic food production exercise boosted by relevant fiscal and other incentives would have partly buffered the steep import costs and made it a bit easier for our citizens to afford to feed their families. But such a response to a global crisis is clearly above the competence of this regime, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is then the matter of the arbitrary disbursement of foreign exchange, which is an issue also picked up by the IMF. The IMF said in its recent report that the government must modernize its foreign exchange infrastructure to reduce inefficiencies and imbalances. Again, the government has refused to handle the foreign exchange issue in a professional and equitable manner. It is common knowledge, Madam Speaker, that certain friends and financiers of this administration are being permitted generous allocations for luxury imports, while those very
Madam
same...
Speaker, Standing Order 48.6, please.
So, Member, I do uphold the objection, so if you could withdraw and find a more appropriate way.
Withdraw, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, only an incompetent and inefficient regime would permit its citizens to have to unnecessarily pay more for food and medical essentials because of an artificial foreign exchange issue. Madam Speaker, this lies solely on the fact that policy decisions are not making the desired outcomes in terms of balancing the foreign exchange issues. Madam Speaker, this is an administration which has permitted the closure of thousands of small and medium-sized businesses because, again, of weak stimulus policies. Madam Speaker, I find it strange that the minister says today that look on the newspaper this week to see the banks talking about phase 2 of this stimulus and talks about loans and so on. But Madam Speaker, these businesses close. Banks don't take their keys, seize their motor car and truck. What that money going and help them do? No. So it is like the horse has already bolted out of the stable. And now you're coming, hey, let me help you, Madam Speaker. Again, mismatch policies. I wish today, Madam Speaker, that somehow an audit can be done into the allocations of funds that were meant to support SMEs and others during this COVID-19 pandemic. And that audit should include, Madam Speaker, the disbursement of all international loans and grants, and whether the funds went to deserving recipients or utilized for other sorts of patronage, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the audit should trace the utilization of each type of funding, whether they came from local institutions, the Latin American funds, hemispheric, or international sources. Madam Speaker, it may take some time, but as our brothers in Tobago has proven, the longest rope has an end. Time longer than twine, Madam Speaker, and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago deserve to know the rollout of the hundreds of millions of dollars from international lenders and donors and what has come out from our sovereign funds. Madam Speaker, as of today, the government has refused to properly account to taxpayers on how that money was spent. Madam Speaker, it is nothing short of cruel that thousands of families and community-owned shops are forced to shut their doors because of onerous bank charges or the absence of various relief assistance. They cannot access it because the policy doesn't meet them, Madam Speaker. The opposition has repeatedly drawn on the government's attention that progressive administrations all over the world, Madam Speaker, has implemented specific fiscal measures and other incentives for some businesses. Madam Speaker, just quickly, the Boris Johnson administration went to Parliament to debate these matters, and they mandated banks. They didn't ask banks like what we were doing here. They mandated that the banks implement certain incentives and stimulus programs. Thank you. In nearby Barbados, Madam Speaker, the much respected Prime Minister Motley is standing up to the banks as well. We in Trinidad and Tobago have seen a gross discrepancy of banks making historic billion-dollar profits while their clients shutter their stores and go home. Some of these entrepreneurs have had to give banks their keys, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I just come back to relay that the Minister of Finance issued a suite of items, and they're all driven by policy, but the policy is not getting the desired effects. And time after time, there's room for corrective surgery, and the state, led by this Minister of Finance, does nothing to make course corrections. Madam Speaker, the government, the Minister of Finance spoke about digitization a short while ago, and that has many benefits at the end of that process. But Madam Speaker, when the leader of the opposition spoke in her budget response for this year, she identified that the Ministry of Digital Transformation doesn't even have a website. And as far as I checked today, this is a ministry with a minister who has to lead the charge to bring Trinidad and Tobago into the 21st century. And you can't find a website for that ministry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is something that has to be corrected very, very quickly. Madam Speaker, after 6 years of this government, they still cannot establish the statistical institute that was faithfully promised in their first manifesto of 2015. It's a work in progress, but it has not come to a final position to deliver what I believe should be data that should be driving policy decision. So that is how important this statistical institute ought to be, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is some cross information between the Minister of Finance and the CSO and what is the actual rate of unemployment and so on. Madam Speaker, we understand that how the CSO gets data in terms of determining unemployment and how the labor ministry works, and you have to have a fixed amount of employees in a business being retrenched before it's recorded. But Madam Speaker, that data doesn't take into consideration the thousands of small family-owned businesses that lay off people, bars, restaurants, and so on. Those numbers don't come in. But Madam Speaker, this year, early on this year, the NIB board, they gave some statistics about a reduction close to about 100,000 in terms of NIS contributions. Now, I'm not saying every contribution not accounted for is somebody who was laid off, but it shows that there is the need for this statistical, that new agency who would make sure and compile that data, because that data would reflect that we are close to about 20%. And I know that gets the minister upset when he says we call in wild numbers in terms of the unemployment. Madam Speaker, in absence of having good data, we end up in this position. Madam Speaker, as I close, I have no doubt that redemption is ahead for all the people of Trinidad and Tobago who are burdened by this administration. Their woeful economic policies that has created massive job loss, closures of business, and people who are unable to look after their respective families. This is why I identify with this motion and condemn this government for its neglect of our economy and a failure to generate sustainable growth and development in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's indeed a pleasure and a privilege to be able to join this debate here this afternoon, or rather this conversation this afternoon, and to use the opportunity to report to the people of Trinidad and Tobago through you, Madam Speaker, as to all of the developments that have taken place and will continue to take place in the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. Because you see, as has become the typical opposition playbook, we sit here and we listen to a different world and a different reality designed specifically to mislead the population and always hopeful in an attempt to negatively affect the psyche of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that the world continues to go through a pandemic. There is no doubt that COVID-19 has continued to affect every country in the world. You look at what is going on globally, you see what is taking place with respect to global supply chains. Just today, before coming to the chamber, across the major American news broadcast networks, you are seeing record rates of inflation taking place. So this continued attempt to negatively affect the psyche of people of Trinidad and Tobago and to try and paint it as though we are unique in the difficulties that we're facing, we completely reject. However, having said that, the government is not tone deaf. The government is not at all burying its head in the sand as to the difficulties that are taking place out there with respect to our citizens, but more so what needs to be done with respect to the economy. So this motion, as usual, typically badly drafted. The Speaker could not even support his own motion. He had the second batsman up, get bowled for duck at the wicket as well. We now are here to deal with the motion and to turn this motion around, Madam Speaker, as an opportunity to report to the people, and I take up the mantle as the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries to tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago all of the positive things that are taking place in the sphere of energy that Trinidad and Tobago's economy is still predominantly based on. first thing that people will understand and need to admit, despite all of the screams and the shouts and the cries from those on the other side, is Trinidad and Tobago remains a hydrocarbon province. We remain very engaged in the exploration and production of oil and gas in Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, our GDP is contributed to over 30%, I think it's about 33 to 35% by the oil and gas economy. Oil and gas in Trinidad and Tobago is not only limited to the oil side. When we talk about gas, and I'm very proud of Trinidad and Tobago, having just returned from the World Petroleum Conference, we are recognized globally in the gas market as producers of LNG, liquid nitrified gas, as well as petchems, which are ammonia and methanol in the whole. We are still one of the single largest source providers of ammonia and methanol globally. And that was all born out of a P&M administration, P&M policy. We've said time and time again, unfortunately, we had to come back in, and the things that we've had to do to try and turn this around. And I remind the population once again that fortunately and unfortunately, these commodity markets are global commodity markets, and the prices are not set here in Trinidad and Tobago. But we in Trinidad and Tobago deal with global prices set. Let me just start by saying and reporting to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the restructuring of Petrotrin has gone well from an economic and a financial point of view. Heritage, which is our exploration and production state oil company, declared on June 30th, results for June 30th, 2021, the first 9 months of 2021, revenue of $4.9 billion, compared to revenue in 2020 for the same period of $3.2 billion. This is significant, but more significant than that, Madam Speaker, Heritage, which is a state oil company on behalf of all of us citizens, dealing predominantly with the oil, which is a resource to be exploited for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, had a profit increase this year in that first 9-month period to the 30th of June 2021 to $1.2 billion from $700 million last year. So that simply does not support, nor does it reflect all of the noise and the empty barrel talk that we've heard from the other side. So we start with Heritage, a restructured entity out of Petrotrin that they love to talk about. Heritage has declared for the first 9 months of 2021 fiscal $1.2 billion in after-tax profit. Parlia has to be given credit, Madam Speaker, for seamlessly, without missing a beat, without missing a pump, having continued to supply the population of Trinidad and Tobago with fuel at a profit. Not only do they continue to provide the population of Trinidad and Tobago with fuel at the pumps for retailers, but they also provide other CARICOM countries with a stable fuel supply. Again, a complete success. With respect to the refinery, the Minister of Finance and myself continue to monitor. There are about 4 international prospective companies that are still very interested in the refinery, and they are going through the RFP process. There's been a visit from the first one. The second one is either here now or about to visit, and they continue to go through that RFP process with international advisors. So all is not lost with the refinery, and that continues to go on. We turn now to the gas side. The national gas company that those on the other side love to attack. They didn't attack it between 2010 and 2015 when they basically drained all of the cash from NGC, over $16 billion in cash, for projects that are of very little value, and some even with serious dark clouds over it. A Beetham wastewater plant, they took NGC's $1 billion of cash from NGC to be able to carry that out. Well, I'm happy to say to the people of Trinidad and Tobago today, and it is about to be announced, that for the first 9 months of 2021, NGC has turned an after-tax profit of $1.05 billion. So you see, this is why we hear all of the noise and we listen to the noise. We know what we are doing, and we have been working hard, Madam Speaker, with NGC. And I'm happy to report to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, compared to a loss last year, and the loss last year was based on the one energy contract negotiated by the UNC in 2014 to 2015. NGC in 2021 for 9 months has turned a profit of $1.05 billion after tax, and there is much more to come. With respect to the fiscal terms, Trinidad and Tobago is very aware that we have to stay competitive globally. We have to attract that global money, that global capital expenditure by the big multinational oil companies to Trinidad and Tobago, and that is exactly what we're doing. We're working with the Ministry of Finance to look at and to reform the fiscal terms on the oil side. We will be coming with an SPT fiscal regime that will be reformed. I've already told the Minister of Finance, he's agreed. We're looking at it now, and they're working the numbers to be able to do that. That will assist us in staying competitive. On the gas side, we have shown by the Manatee PSC negotiated with Shell that we can get across the line and remain competitive globally in attracting $1.8 billion to the Manatee field. So when I listen to all of the loose talk and the empty talk by the member for Oropuch West, who has never held any substantive job but rather worked with the member for Superior for his whole career, I want to tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago, despite what you're saying, we have just negotiated a PSC for Trinidad and Tobago, a production sharing contract with Shell for the Manatee field that is going to attract $1.8 billion FDI in one project. We have also had many other projects that are going to be announced and are being worked on by the other upstream producers. We've launched our deep water bid rounds. I've just come back from Houston with a team promoting that. There's a lot of interest from the current players. Unfortunately, for Trinidad and Tobago, we have major upstream producers. We have EOG, BHP, Shell, BP, smaller ones, Perenco and Touchstone. They are interested, some of these are interested in those deep water rounds. We are also in the first quarter of 2022 and second quarter of 2022 going to launch our shallow water bid rounds, as well as, Madam Speaker, our onshore acreage. And again, we've already had a number of these companies nominate blocks that they're interested in. So people of Trinidad and Tobago, we continue to work on your behalf. I give you the assurance as the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, I will continue to do my utmost best to lead the charge to ensure, one, we remain competitive in a globally changing, rapidly changing energy sector landscape. Two, and it is always at the top of my head, we will fight hard to derive the maximum benefits for the people of Trinidad and Tobago while staying competitive. We have a number of platforms, rigs, and pile-ups being locally fabricated in Trinidad and Tobago. Part of my meetings away were to get that commitment that with upcoming, because there are many upcoming programs in the next 2 years that are all as a direct result of the work done by this administration since 2015, we're going to see increased exploration and production. You have it taking place with EOG, Osprey, Mentos. With BHP, of course, they're going through a merger with one of the largest petroleum companies in Australia, Woodside. They provided me with an update that is going well. They are currently doing appraisals in the deep water province of Trinidad and Tobago, the deep water gas. That is going well. They have ramped up their gas production from 360 MMCF to over 400 scuffs a day. Again, progress because of how the government has worked along with them, how they've worked along with NGC, the great work that they're doing, and the fact that we managed to attract investment here. In fact, both the EOG executives in Houston reminded me that it was the meeting with the Prime Minister a few years ago gave them the confidence to continue looking at Trinidad and Tobago, and they are now going to be aggressively investing here in the next 2 years. BHP was the same thing. The Prime Minister led the charge. We went to Melbourne, all the way in Australia, a grueling trip every night in a different city, meeting with the heads of BHP, and they are the ones who took the commitment to go with Ruby Delaware. We're now getting the benefits of increased oil production with Ruby Delaware, as well as increased gas production. EOG have gotten into a joint venture with Heritage. They're going to be going in and drilling for increased oil production. I saw, it's amazing that no matter how hard you work, how hard the public servants work to get Trinidad and Tobago in the right place, you don't have everyone pulling in the same direction. I saw a negative headline in one of the newspapers today about EOG being delayed. We are in a period of COVID. The fact is EOG is undertaking significant work in Soldado, which is a field that needs that work, and they're expecting significant oil finds and oil production that will boost our oil production. So rather than us all pull in the right direction, give all of these companies, all of these people the right encouragement. There's always an attempt to spin and to put a negative light. It doesn't matter because we continue to press on. Shell, the Colibri and the Barracuda projects, again as a direct result of negotiation that we've undertaken since 2015, are almost up and running, if not already up and running, increasing gas production. BP has put on ahead of time their Matapal project. Their Cassia Sea compression is being done. These two will boost gas production. We expect them hopefully soon to announce the resumption of their infill drilling. They are working with EOG on the Mentos field as well. EOG is ready to go. They're waiting on BP. We look forward to continued FDI in that area. I met with the executives from France on Perenco just before I left for Houston. They also had good news that they're very interested, and they gave the commitment that they're going to be looking at the shallow water and even the onshore deep water bid rounds to come. Touchstone, I continue to wish them luck. They had some good news with liquid finds, that is oil. Recently, they were hoping they find more gas. They are pursuing an aggressive platform. So there is a lot happening in the energy sector that didn't happen previously in that period of 2010 to 2015. And this is being done because we are sitting there working with them to find the right fiscal terms, listening to them, but also protecting the people of Trinidad and Tobago. On the downstream side, we have major ammonia producers, Nutrient, the Proman Group, on methanol, Proman and Methanex, Yara with Tringen. They are all continuing to produce. The few plants that were closed are because they are decades old, and people need to understand that. They are 30, 40 years old, and to keep them current, especially with what is being required now globally with the reduction and decarbonization, is not something that would have happened easily. So, Madam Speaker, in the short and limited time I have, the energy sector is alive. The energy sector continues to attract that necessary investment, and it could not have happened without the direct involvement of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. We are pushing hard. We will continue to push hard. I continue to hope that I can come to the Parliament, come to the people, to report to the people, because these resources are the resources of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And that, Madam Speaker, is something that I take very seriously. Every stakeholder, wherever I meet with them, anywhere in the world, whatever is the forum, whatever is the international platform, the international panel, I make it very clear that part of the job of the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries under this PNM administration, and in particular myself in the seat, is to fight for better returns for the people of Trinidad and Tobago whilst keeping us competitive. I'm not sure how much time I have left, Madam Speaker, but I'm sure it's coming to...
3:42.
Okay, I have a couple minutes just to touch on that very important area of reduction of carbon, decarbonization, reduction of harmful greenhouse gas emissions. Trinidad and Tobago is also working hard on that. The Ministry of Energy is working along with the Ministry of Planning on carbon sequestration and injection and capture. In fact, one of the things I'm asking the public servants to help me look at is we have a cluster of plants at Point Lisas. Let us build infrastructure there that helps all of them to remain competitive in this rapidly changing environment. Young people, do not be dismayed. Do not be misled. We are working hard on the renewable side as well. You heard the Minister of Finance talk about a large solar project with Lightsource BP, which is one of the largest solar project companies in the world, 112.2 megawatts. I am hoping, just before I left, I told the people at the Ministry of Energy I want to close off those contracts in January so we can proceed with the construction. All of these projects are going well. We're looking at further renewable sources of energy. So we are finding the balance, but let us not forget, Madam Speaker, through you, to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, whilst we must look and we are looking at areas of diversification, we are a hydrocarbon province. We are a hydrocarbon country. You meet with the Qatars, you meet with the Saudi Arabias of the world, you meet with the other large producers. They continue to produce their hydrocarbons, and that is what we must continue to do. And to be able to continue to attract the types of investment that we have, and we continue to do, these billions of dollars of US investments, whilst that global investment is shrinking, is of great credit to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And it would not happen if we were not able to find the right fiscal terms. So all the old talk, all of the screaming and the shouting, I guess that is part of the politics and that is part of the landscape of the opposition. But the people of Trinidad and Tobago, look at the performance, look at what is taking place. I've told you about the profitability of your state companies because it's owned by you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The profitability of Heritage, Paria, NGC, and their other subsidiaries inside there as well. We continue to do what needs to be done, and we continue to negotiate hard on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we will continue to meet those, to attract those investments, Madam Speaker. Just very briefly, to just touch in closing, I want to remind the previous speaker talked about high food prices. Again, we are very conscious of this, but it is a direct effect of COVID. You're seeing it happening in the United States, countries all over the world. So don't despair. And the last point I'd like to make, because I couldn't let it go, he talked about the previous speaker for Mayaro, the member for Mayaro, banks making billions of dollars of profit. To tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago how this PNM government dealt with that. We didn't sit back. We increased taxation on banks because of these super profits to 35%. With those few words, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Point Chappell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to join this debate. I listened to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, and I will say a lot more on his presentation in my speech later on, Madam Speaker, because there's a lot of things I need to at least bring the population, add some light to what the Minister of Energy and Energy Industry has just said in his 20-minute presentation. So, Madam Speaker, let me just commend my colleagues who have spoken before. I want to commend my colleague for Old Butch West for bringing this timely motion here today on Private Members' Day. In the past weeks, Madam Speaker, since the Prime Minister returned from COP26, the government has been boasting about how to their new green agenda and renewable energy. And I listened to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industry just now, and he talked about decarbonization and renewable, Madam Speaker. And both the Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy and Energy Industry is correct about renewable and the green industry, green agenda. I just want to remind both the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries and the Minister of Finance, when they talk about the green agenda, that on Monday night, we saw the real green agenda taking place in Tobago. We saw a defeat to 14-1, that was the green agenda on Monday. And we saw a renewed hope and energy to the people of Tobago on Monday, Madam Speaker. So I agree with the Minister of Energy and Industry when he talked about the green agenda. They witnessed it on Monday. Madam Speaker. So today we in the opposition, Madam Speaker, like the people of Tobago, stand in this House to condemn this government for its neglect of the economy and failure to generate sustainable economic and growth and development in our country. Now, I want to turn to a bit on the Minister of Energy and Energy's industry presentation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I listened to the Minister, he was doing a public relations stunt. And one would have never thought that the Minister was not part of this government for the last 6 years, Madam Speaker. He presented something here this afternoon as if he never knew or was part of a government that decimated our energy sector for the last 6 years, Madam Speaker. They decimated our energy sector in the last 6 years. And I will show you and the population how, Madam Speaker. And I'm amazed that the Minister of Energy is now talking about his Houston trip that he just came back from. And I want to remind him of his last Houston trip, I think it was back in either 2017 or 18 with the Prime Minister. And based on that Houston trip back then, Madam Speaker, we saw coming out of those negotiations with the energy companies in Houston, we saw the decimation of our Point Lisa's industrial estate, Madam Speaker, and what has happened with our FDIs, with what has happened to even our energy sector as being a revenue generator, Madam Speaker. So I am very surprised listening to the Minister of Energy here today, Madam Speaker, as if, he mentioned something that between 2010 to 2015, that under the PP government, the energy sector was in shambles, Madam Speaker. And that is the furthest thing from the truth, Madam Speaker, because if the PP government led by the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar did not take the measures and put incentives in place in our energy sector that bore fruit under this government in the last 5 years, Madam Speaker, this country would have been a worse off position than we are today. And the Minister is disingenuous when he says that between 2010 to 2015, because the Minister of Energy and his government is living on that success that was born between 2010 and 2015, Madam Speaker. So, and you have to ask yourself, what is the track record of this government in the energy sector between 2015 to 2021? It's zero, Madam Speaker. They have decimated our energy sector. The Point Lisa's industrial estate that the Minister talks about, plants being idle and plants being old. One has to ask, and it's there in the public domain, that this company called NGC was literally trying to starve gas for those downstreamers, Point Lisa's, to channel it to a wasteful project called Atlantic Train 1 underneath them, Madam Speaker. And the waste of spending on money in these economic hard times. And the Minister of Energy seems to forget. So, and he also seemed to forget, Madam Speaker, that underneath their tenure, underneath his tenure, because he's a senior cabinet minister in energy, Madam Speaker, that for the first time under NGC, they lost over $2 billion, Madam Speaker. For the first time, NGC has always been a profit-making entity for the country. So for the minister to come now and say for the first 9 months of 2021, NGC has turned a profit after underneath them, Madam Speaker, they lost over $2 billion, Madam Speaker. That is their performance in the energy sector. And that is why this motion is so timely, Madam Speaker. It is so timely. Madam Speaker, I would want to, I could go on about the Minister of Energy statement here. The Minister of Energy talked about heritage being a success based on the restructuring of Petrotrin. Heritage was always a success. You know what's the name of Heritage, Madam Speaker? Trinma. Trinidad was the production side, which Heritage is the production side, called Heritage. And they changed the name from Trinidad to Heritage. Trinidad, under Petrotrin, was always a success story, Madam Speaker. Always. All they do is hived off these companies, call it Heritage, take out all the debt from Heritage, zero debt, put in some management, and doing the same thing that Trinidad was doing, Madam Speaker. Of course, Heritage will be a profit-making company, and they should be a profit-making company. If they were not, Madam Speaker, then something would have been totally flawed with that whole restructuring process. Parlia, Madam Speaker. Parlia is the fuel supply company for the country, Madam Speaker, which was being done by the refinery that they shut down. That they shut down, they sent home everyone, and they paid off everyone, Madam Speaker. Of course, Parlia is supposed to be a success story because they have a ready market. They have a ready market, and that is why something will happen. This country will start to feel something called the fuel liberalization that is going to take place in a few months, Madam Speaker. And with that fuel liberalization, that the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Energy can just switch flick a switch, and turn on that policy, Madam Speaker. And if they do that, given the times that we are in, everything will start to rise, given the cost and the high price of the energy sector on the global market, Madam Speaker. So they have that light switch to switch on. So, Madam Speaker, let us look at the refinery that the Minister of Energy talked about. I remember right here in this debate that the Minister of Finance would have mentioned, and I have the quote, and I want to make the correct quote, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance, when we were talking about the refinery, etc. And in his quote, Madam Speaker, which we have not seen to date, and I listened to the Minister of Energy talking about the refinery and the process that is going through. And the Minister of Finance said to us right here that his government, this government, the PNM government, for the first time, would make businessmen out of OWTU by giving them the refinery. Madam Speaker, that was just before an election. Madam Speaker, another election gimmick that we witnessed on Monday in Tobago. And to date, Madam Speaker, that refinery is left in abeyance and is virtually left to be run down, and whoever decides to invest in that refinery is literally going to get scrap iron, Madam Speaker, because that refinery has been shut down, closed, since November 2018, Madam Speaker, left in abeyance, Madam Speaker. So, really and truly, whoever invests in that refinery, I wish them well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also listen to the Minister of Energy, and I agree with him. Energy, and I've always said it in my previous presentations, revenues from energy is at least, we depend at least 30 to 40% on it, Madam Speaker, for our revenues. Very critical for this country. And I agree with the Minister, it is critical. And then again, I keep asking, the opposition keep asking, over the last 6 years, what have you really done to ensure that stability and the revenue from energy keeps growing, Madam Speaker? Nothing, Madam Speaker. No policies that they have put in place have borne fruit, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Energy mentioned here today about FDIs and investment with Manatee. Now, Manatee, and we as a country hope it bears fruits, it's not going to happen until way after 2025. And I also want to remind the Minister, when they had put all their eggs in something called the Dragon Field, Madam Speaker, that when we talked to them about the Dragon Field, the Minister of Energy, when he was not Minister at any time, said we were very unpatriotic. And I asked the question today, what is the status with Dragon Field? that they had put everything in that basket, Madam Speaker. So Manatee, they have now divorced, it should be called Lauren Manatee, so it's now Manatee. And again, we come back with this company called Shell, who was a player in that dragon field. And the minister mentioned that Shell is another major player in that Manatee program, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the minister mentioned all these different projects that are coming on stream. These projects that the minister mentioned are all projects that are not due now. They are due some in the late 2020s. And the minister also mentioned about bid rounds, deep water bid rounds. Deep water bid rounds, Madam Speaker. Since 2015, in the Minister of Finance's first budget presentation, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance talked about deep water bid rounds, Madam Speaker. To date, I'm happy to hear that under his tenureship, last week or 2 weeks ago, the Minister of Energy has put out a deep water bid round that will take us 9 months into completion, 6 and 3. And the Minister of Energy knows what I'm talking about. So it is 9 months, hence, we will actually find out who was successful in the deep water bid rounds. And it will take years to bring any form of fertility to the country, Madam Speaker. Now, I want to ask the Minister of Energy, that deep water bid round, what incentivization has his ministry, underneath him, have put in place for these deep water bid rounds for it to be successful, Madam Speaker? Because in the past, we saw a low, shallow bid round under the previous Minister of Energy, and it failed. It failed tremendously, Madam Speaker. So they do not have a track record of success underneath them, Madam Speaker. They do not. So, Madam Speaker, I mean, I didn't really want to take on my whole, the Minister of Energy. I think I covered most. There's a lot more. The minister talks about hydrocarbons and renewables and etc., Madam Speaker. If you go back to the previous 5 budget statements, and the Minister of Energy, present minister, it was not the Minister of Energy then, and those line items that that was identified as renewable energy, Madam Speaker, nothing has happened underneath those line items as far as renewable energy. So they come back today, and in the budget, Madam Speaker, again talked about renewable energy. So, Madam Speaker, the country still awaits what is the status of renewable energy underneath this government, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I had something here prepared, but I went off script, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to remind them about Atlantic Train 1. Because the minister talked about wastage under the PP government. I want to remind the minister that over $240 million was taken from NGC and invested in Atlantic Train 1 that this government, as a shareholder, has only a 10% stake. They invested over $240 million. That is just in Atlantic Train 1. It is there in the public domain. There was another investment down in Mayaro. Another wastage at NGC underneath them, Madam Speaker. So there is a lot of wastage that went on underneath this government in NGC. And when we call to account to NGC, plus the $2 billion loss, we are told we mustn't ask them anything about NGC. Madam Speaker, the people want answers on NGC and that whole debacle at NGC, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I want to, as I conclude, today I join my colleagues in calling for this House to condemn this government for its neglect on the economy and failure to generate sustainable economic growth and development. As a matter of fact, I call on the population to do as the people of Tobago did on Monday and join us in condemning the failure of this government to secure our economy. All of the chambers, the accounting firms, councils, and businesses must understand this motion here today is not about politics, but is about the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This government, by their actions, have not failed to simply generate economic growth, but failed to generate lives, opportunities, and a brighter future for our nation. Their failure has prevented young people from gaining jobs, hindered entrepreneurship from growing, and halted businesses also from growing, Madam Speaker. To the business owners, you have seen your businesses decline in the last 6 years. To the chambers, you have seen your members ignored in the lockdown. Economic prosperity is the right of each citizen, not a favor by this government. Today, we condemn their actions, their mismanagement, and selfish policies which have acted against our economic well-being. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And here we are today, the UNC continuing its charade of frivolous motions rather than playing a more productive role in the national life of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I think, Madam Speaker, it is disingenuous for the member for Orpuch West to speak about the current economic challenges facing Trinidad and Tobago without a proper reflection of what transpired under them, because the last speaker seemed to be wanting to go back into the past, and I recognize only 20 minutes are allowed to me, but I must spend a little bit on how they manage the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. And you will recall their legacy, Madam Speaker, that these people left us with an overdraft of almost $9 billion, 3 days left to run, 3 days left in the Treasury to run this country. Increased government expenditure from $46 billion in 2020 to $63 billion in 2015. Contracted the economy in 2014 by 0.9%, and that is when they had an oil price of more than $100 and massive government spending going on like crazy. They left $6 billion outstanding in back pay to public servants, and they left $1 billion more in outstanding payments to contractors. That's their legacy, and I could go on, but I don't have the time. And I could tell you that these developments took place despite the UNC having access to more than $311 billion in revenue during their term in office. And they come here to ask the question, where did the money go? And I can tell you, the PNM during 2016 to 2021 only had access to $198 billion. UNC had more than $100 billion to spend. And they come here today to ask, where has the money gone? They still have to account to the population, and the time will come and they will have to once again. So the member for Orpuch West must not forget the past. And you know, of course, that he was one of the 5 special advisors to the Prime Minister, then Prime Minister Prasad Bisesa. And therefore, he shares responsibility for their sordid economic legacy. And therefore, to think that he has the temerity or the chutzpah to come here today to speak about the management of the economy. You cannot come to the population to talk about the management of the economy. You cannot bring the word corruption into your motion. You do not have a leg to stand on, and I wished I had more time to spend on how corrupt you were. You were the most corrupt government in the history of this country. So I go to limb 3. Madam Speaker, where the motion speaks to the rising cost of living and prices and so on. I mean, again, the member is completely divorced from reality, completely divorced from the current global realities. And it is a fact, and I go back again, that during the period 2010 to 2015, headline inflation averaged 5.5%, and food inflation, guess what? 8.9%. And food inflation reached a high of 12.6% in 2012, and there was no global pandemic. That is their record, with prices shooting high in the population, under them. And compare this with the headline inflation and food inflation averaging under our watch 1.6% and 3.2% respectively during the period, that's the annual average during the period 2016 to 2020. And according to Central Bank's September 2021 monetary policy announcement, monthly inflation, headline inflation in July was 2.2% and food price inflation 4.9%, not the 12.6% that this country experienced in 2012 and the 8.9% on average food inflation during their time in office. And they ought to know what's happening globally. This is a pandemic. And they ought to know, and we speak about it all the time, the disruptions in the supply chains, the shortage in shipping containers, the adverse weather conditions, decline in industrial output in leading economies. These are all what we're facing now. And if I could compare globally, when I look at the United States, November, what was their inflation rate? 6.8%, the biggest surge in inflation in nearly 40 years. And that is happening to countries all over the world. This has no place in the motion. They are not understanding global realities. I can tell you that with regard to food prices, global food prices have shot up nearly 33% in September 2021 compared with the same period the year before in 2020, and reaching levels that the world has not seen since 2011. So this is not a Trinidad and Tobago phenomenon. This is a global phenomenon, Madam Speaker. So therefore, this limb is frivolous, along with all of the other limbs, and I'm going to speak to all of them. And our government, despite these very harsh economic times, have really responded and acted responsibly with regard to the rising prices in ensuring that these prices are lowered for our consumers, so that we have zero-rated basic food items, and I need not call these out. We've suspended the CET only last month, 2 months ago in October 2021, we went to the court, and again we sought the suspension of the CET on another 20 items. I mean, items like cheese and canned corned beef, sugar, preparations for infant use, soybean oil, and that kind of thing. So, in other words, what I mean by that, the duties came down to nothing or to 5% in some cases. And this is despite the revenue constraints that the government has been facing in the last few years, just to ensure that there is some amount of lowering of the retail food prices. And of course, Minister of Finance would have spoken about the $650 million allocated to Exim Bank, not only to help manufacturers with the inputs into the manufacturing of food and beverage products in particular, but also to ease the burden on the importers of the basic food items that we do not manufacture. This is what this government has done. And we are encouraging import substitution, again, to reduce the run on foreign exchange in terms of purchasing goods that we continue to import. So, again, I think Minister of Finance would have spoken to Limb 2, which is the whole question of a plan. I mean, when I read the motion, the presenter said that the government has no plan. Today he came with another thing. The government has a plan, but the plan is not effective. But I want to say again, and I'll support the Minister of Finance on what he said earlier, this government has a solid plan. And the plan, generally, it's about advancing further economic transformation. It's about creating, and this is as it relates to trade and business, improving the international competitiveness of our firms, boosting exports, particularly within the non-energy sector, creating economic spaces for investment, promoting our national quality infrastructure, improving the ease of doing business. So, and then, with COVID-19 coming on, the Prime Minister sought very early to put into place a committee of academia, business, ministers, and so on. And we came up with and we established this roadmap to recovery, and with a twofold purpose, and which is, in the first instance, surviving the crisis and articulating measures to protect the vulnerable and to ensure the health and well-being of the population, and of course providing initiatives to reignite economic activity and ensure social stability. Phase 2, on the other hand, the focus is on more long-term, on transforming the economy, making food security a reality, and of course leaving no behind, and making therefore making therefore a more equitable path for persons, particularly the vulnerable. I want to say that there is a plan in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and that plan is to support and facilitate the business community, and we have been doing that well, to encourage and support and facilitate local and foreign investment, and also to increase our exports, particularly on the non-energy side, and so on. So again, we have a plan in the Ministry of Trade and Industry. So looking at Limb 2, which focused on investment and job creation, the minister again came with some figures of unemployment again, and he wasn't able to quote the source because there was no source. They were fabricated figures. And so, again, Limb 2, again, misleading and not, in respect of government's efforts to attract investment and to create jobs. But it will pain the member for our Approach West, and it will pain the opposition UNC, that the total value of non-energy investments that were facilitated by the Ministry of Trade and Industry and which became operationalized, meaning that it happened in 2021, despite all of the circumstances globally and in Trinidad and Tobago, and with foreign direct investment being as low as it could ever be, we were still operationalizing $500 million worth of investments and creating jobs. We created in 2021, and these are things that I can count on and that I can tick the boxes for, some more than 1,000 new jobs in manufacturing, business processing, outsourcing, in agro-processing, and in a number of new and expanded activities. And of course, looking further for fiscal 2022, there are continuing investments and committed investments that will generate a further commercial activity and new jobs. Over $1 billion of investments, foreign and local, are expected in 2022, and more than 1,800 jobs, again in the areas of manufacturing, in agro-processing, in business process outsourcing. They're there, and I don't have the time to list them, but they're there. And of course, we are doing the job in terms of creating the new economic spaces to ensure that there's increased economic activity, particularly in manufacturing, Madam Speaker. So the Minister of Finance would have spoken about the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate, which is a huge investment for the government, particularly at this time. But we are already seeing the returns. So that I can tell you that that park will be completed in April 2022. And when completed and when fully operationalized, we are going to be creating 4,500 jobs, Madam Speaker. 4,500 jobs. Our first tenant, Madam Speaker, is the PriceSmart International, and that's a $52 million investment, which is their logistics and distribution plant. In addition to that, they are also putting into Phoenix Park a fresh produce distribution center. That investment is worth another $17 million and will create 20 new jobs. In addition to which, PriceSmart is also not in Phoenix Park, but by January you would learn of it, plastics packaging plant, and that's another investment of $22 million, and with 30 persons to be employed. So at this stage, there are a number of companies in the pipeline aiming to invest in the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate, and there are 3 Chinese investors as well at an advanced stage of finalizing their investments, and they have already sent in their applications to ETEC, and these investments are in the areas of logistics and distribution, and in manufacturing, and in seafood processing. At the Factory Road Industrial Estate, another 67 acres, I can tell you that estate is almost fully sold out, and there are a number of new entities in there. Agro-processing, manufacturing, distribution, engineering. These are some of the areas of investments at the Factory Road Industrial Park. So we expect in the next 2 to 4 years, investments to the tune of $890 million into Factory Road and creating another 622 jobs. Moruga Agro-Processing and Light Industrial Park, there are 4 companies that have already accepted letters of offer for 3 factory shells and 1 land lot. And they are going to be involved in areas of agro-processing and food production, pepper sauces and chocolate and root crops production and, as well. And there are a number of investors in the pipeline as well. All told, those 4 entities would create 372 jobs for the people of Moruga. And again, with another 5 which are advanced in their negotiations, another 141 jobs will be created in Moruga. I can tell you that in January, we will announce again 2 new call center operations in Trinidad and Tobago. I have just engaged both of them. InvestTT brought them to the table. InvestTT would have done all of the negotiations. I met with both entities within the last 2 months, and we will be announcing those new call center operations pretty soon. ICO, you would know, in the last, since in office, ICO has expanded their operations under this government, and they are now employing, when we came into office, they were employing 200 people. They are now employing 1,500 persons. So that BPO sector is poised for growth in Trinidad and Tobago. So we're creating the spaces, and I really want to ask the member for Oropouche West, how many parks, with the $311 billion at their disposal, how many parks did they create to provide a space for investments, for manufacturing, and for job creation? Nothing. You would have heard me speak a lot about the special economic zones authority and bill, which was needed to be passed to create this authority. And I'm so pleased to announce in the lower house that we will be coming to the lower house, having completed the debate and passed the bill in the upper house. So this special economic zones regime, again, is based on international standards. It creates a new special economic zones authority to replace the existing free zones authority, which has proven to be not worthwhile. In other words, we have not seen over the last 30 years any new entity, any substantial entities entering that free zone under that free zone arrangement, and therefore we are expecting more and more business with the type of structures that we have put in place. And the objectives, Madam Speaker, will be to expand the country's revenue base, advance diversification, enhance private sector participation in the economy, not only local private sector, but foreign direct investment as well, to promote economic development, not only in the urban areas, but also in the rural areas, and again, to develop a modern infrastructure that would attract the kind of investments and exports. We're talking exports again, under this new authority. So we expect this to be put in place in the first 6 months, Madam Speaker, once the bill is passed in the lower house, and I have no doubt that the opposition would support this new regime. So as I speak about foreign exchange generation in my last few minutes, I want to speak to exports, that we continue in our efforts to promote trade, expand export destinations, increase foreign exchange. According to the 2021 review of the economy, $36.6 billion in total exports for the 9-month period, October 2020-2021. I can tell you that is 25% more than the corresponding period in fiscal 2020. 25% more. And based on TT Bisling figures that I can tell you, during the subsequent period, July to August 2021, $6.1 billion over that period, showing that they're resulting in a much stronger export base. Some $42.7 billion in the first 11 months of fiscal 2021, trending, of course, towards our pre-COVID export levels. And looking directly at the non-energy exports, again, January to August 2021, total non-energy exports averaged approximately $1.3 billion per month, estimated 43% higher than 2020. So that the increases are there. We would continue with all of our arrangements in terms of enhancing market access. We are working on a partial scope agreement with Chile. We have concluded the first round of negotiations, and we'll go to the second. We would and of course, moving on from that, we would continue to utilize the money given to us, the $50 million given to us by the Minister of Finance for the Export Booster Program, ensuring that we build on the export capacity of our firms, and ensuring that we will continue to earn our increased foreign exchange, and really see the plan by the TTMA to increase non-energy exports by 100%. We are in support of that, and it is through the Export Booster Program and other initiatives by Export TT and the Ministry of Trade and Industry that will help them, the businesses, to realize that kind of growth in exports. We are on track. I want to say that we are on track in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and we are creating and building an entrepreneurial ecosystem so that we can really build not only big business, but certainly encourage business among the early stage businesses, the younger ones, and also with the more the medium-sized ones, and of course the mature firms. Madam Speaker, I just want to say as I close that this motion is therefore frivolous, it is vexatious, it is out of order, and of course we completely and I want to say we completely reject this very reckless motion put forward here today and cast it into oblivion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to join in this debate on this motion on the economy moved by my colleague, the MP for Urupuch West. This motion which condemns the government for its neglect of the economy and failure to generate sustainable economic growth and development. Madam Speaker, before I go into my substantive presentation, I want to take this opportunity to respond to the misleading facts, the misleading pieces of information that was presented by the previous speaker, the Minister of Trade. And it is her own colleague, it is the minister's own colleague that clearly identified that they on that side continue to flip-flop. Because when the Minister of Energy was speaking, Madam Speaker, he spoke about higher food prices as a result of COVID, and he blamed COVID for higher food prices. But when we listen to the previous speaker, the Minister of Trade, it leaves us to wonder whether she is really living here in Trinidad and Tobago or some distant place, because the minister is talking about their administration lowering of food prices, and she made reference to certain food items like soybean oil, etc. Madam Speaker, I want to go into that and specifically state that soybean oil, 4 liters of soybean oil, has increased by 100% this year from $50 TT to $105 TT, Madam Speaker. When we look at other food items like brown rice, a 2-kilogram pack of brown rice has increased by 50% from $16 to $24. When we look at canned vegetables, they have increased by 25 to 33%. Peas and carrots, for example, from $6 to $8. So, Madam Speaker, when the Minister of Trade come and present in this House and we listen to her, it leaves us to wonder whether she is the Minister of Trade for here in Trinidad and Tobago or some distant country, because the facts being presented clearly demonstrate that this minister is totally out of touch with the reality of what is happening in the country and what our citizens are facing. When we listen to her presentation here this evening, Madam Speaker, the minister spoke about an overdraft, that there was only 3 days left in the treasury. There was only monies left in the treasury for only 3 days to run this country, Madam Speaker. It paints such doom and gloom. However, Madam Speaker, we have to ask the question, where did the money come from to buy things like painting and to engage in vanity projects that as soon as this government came into office, we see them executing? Madam Speaker, it is this government, the leader of this government, the Prime Minister, in his address to the nation, where he showed with the charts and the graph that there were more reserved under the People's Partnership government than in his regime. And they, on the other side, want to say to this nation that they were running the country on fumes, yet they had millions of dollars to award contracts to friend financiers. Madam Speaker, all official financial record and statistics shows that the UNC left.
48.6, please.
Okay, so, member, in terms of what you just last said, I'll ask you to withdraw it, find another way to say it, and continue with your presentation.
I'm guided accordingly, Madam Speaker. I withdraw and I move on. However, Madam Speaker, the minister came here and asked where did the $311 billion went. 311 billion is what this minister identified. But when we listened to the Minister of Finance speaking, and I took notes, he said over $400 billion. So it leaves us to question again, is it that the left foot doesn't know what the right foot is doing? That is why this government continues to be tripping on itself. However, Madam Speaker, I want to say so that the citizens who are listening where that money went, Madam Speaker, because you see, under the People's Partnership administration, led by the most responsible, caring, and compassionate Prime Minister this country has ever seen, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, this country saw development like it has never seen in its history, Madam Speaker. We saw unprecedented amounts of schools being constructed. We saw infrastructure, road infrastructure being constructed. We saw hospitals being constructed that has to rescue the country now during this pandemic, like the Couva Children Hospital. We saw bridges. We saw laptops for children, Madam Speaker. However, over the last 5 years, it leaves us to wonder, where did that money really go? Where did the money go on? And it leaves us to wonder, and Madam Speaker, what this administration introduced over the last 5 years is increased fuel prices, more taxes, no laptop, no textbooks for children, and excuses after excuses after excuses, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this PNM administration has withdrawn billions from the heritage and stabilization and did not invest any. They even withdrew 10 billion TT to fight COVID-19, and we don't know what that has been spent on, Madam Speaker. However, Madam Speaker, every year since September 2015, what this country continued to witness is a government that has brought successive budgets after budget to this House totally misaligned with the established needs of our population. Not only that, Madam Speaker, but when we look at those on the opposite side, they have placed in their manifesto several broken promises to the people. There is a total disconnect between what was promised and what has actually been dispensed, Madam Speaker. Up to most recent budgets read by the Minister of Finance in October this year, this government has failed to employ any measure to reinstill confidence in our citizens during these trying, turbulent times, Madam Speaker. In the agriculture sector, for example, they have sat around the proverbial campfire, pointing fingers at each other. Minister of Agriculture blaming Minister of Trade for increasing feed prices, and Minister of Trade pointing to Minister of Agriculture, while animal feed prices went up not once, not twice, but 3 times in this year, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, whatever little hope that was left for our farmers has been lost, Madam Speaker, as they have failed to create job opportunities, employment in agriculture. They have failed to incentivize farmers. They have failed to protect our farmers from predial larceny and our fishermen from plying their trade. Our debt to GDP have grown, while the contribution of agriculture to GDP has significantly decreased. So yes, Madam Speaker, I wish to fully support my colleague, the member for Oropouche West, in piloting this motion, as we have lost all confidence in this government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance, in delivering his 2016 budget, came to this House and stated that security of land tenure is now being accorded high priority, and such land will now be delivered with access roads, drainage, and irrigation system. But the glaring truth is that in 2021, farmers are still looking, farmers are still waiting for agriculture access road to be constructed, refurbished, or repaired. Just last week, I paid a visit to the agricultural plots in Felicity, the area that falls within the Couva North constituency. And on that site visit, Madam Speaker, I got a first-hand experience of what farmers had to endure when they traverse these roads, when they have to access the agricultural plots. During that site visit, Madam Speaker, we came upon a farmer vehicle stuck in the mud, and the vehicle that I was in had to provide assistance to pull out that farmer vehicle from the muddy road. Madam Speaker, upon speaking to the farmers, I was made to understand that vehicles being stuck along those muddy roadways, those agricultural access roads, is a regular occurrence in that vicinity. So, Madam Speaker, this government has failed to provide basic requirements of proper agricultural access road so that our farmers can continue producing. And the frustration of our farmers was expressed by none other than the Minister of Finance himself in his 2018 budget, where he told this House, and I quote, the number of persons engaging in full-time agriculture and agro-processing continues to decline. Full-time agriculture is no longer attractive to many people and is seen by many as unviable. Madam Speaker, we just don't have enough farmers. I'm not saying that. I am quoting the Minister of Finance, he who said that. If one is to analyze what took place here, it appeared as though the Minister of Finance had signaled a loss of confidence in the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, because he is saying in his 2018 budget that agriculture is no longer attractive under Minister Clarence Rambarat. But between 2010 to 2015, Mr. Deputy Speaker, agriculture was very much attractive. We had access roads being constructed and maintained. In just 1 year, we had over 70 kilometers of agricultural access roads rehabilitated, 24 kilometers of new agricultural access road constructed, and 149 kilometers of agricultural access roads maintained across the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We had irrigation ponds being created and irrigation systems constructed for our farmers. pumps were functional, water courses were being cleaned to alleviate flooding for our farmers. We had CPEP into an agriculture training component. That took place, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because we were governed by the best Prime Minister this country has ever seen, Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar, and she had a team with her who understood the mantra that she gave this country: serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. That was leadership, Mr. Deputy Speaker. However, in the Minister 2018 budget presentation, he himself recognized the value of CPEP when he stated, and I quote, the Community Environmental Protection and Enhancement Program, CPEP participation in agriculture, which will commence shortly when synchronized with targeted needs analysis, ongoing evaluation and feedback, there will be significant productivity gain utilizing CPEP labor. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, under this same PNM government, just 1 year later, Minister of Agriculture in the other place on the 24th of October 2019 was on Hansard record as saying, and I quote, CPEP in agriculture makes no sense. That is what the Minister of Agriculture said in response to his colleague, Minister of Finance. So clearly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there appears to be a total disconnect between Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Agriculture. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have a government either operating by VAPs or left foot doesn't know what right foot is doing, and this is why they keep tripping on themselves, tumbling over like the Minister of Everything. Imagine in that same 2018 budget presentation, the Minister of Finance continued, and I quote, we are targeting a doubling of output of the agricultural sector over the next 2 years, thereby raising the sector's contribution to gross domestic produce to just over 1% of GDP, and in the process, reducing food import. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I look at the government review of the economy 2020 and 2021, Appendix 1, it outlined that the contribution of agriculture, forestry, and fishing to GDP in Trinidad and Tobago. And this document, their document, the review of the economy in 2015, the contribution of agriculture, forestry, and fishing contribution to GDP in 2015 was $1,468.4 million. In 2016, it was $1,361.2 million. As we jump ahead to 2019, it was $1,289.1 million. And in the year 2020, the contribution of agriculture, forestry, and fishing to GDP in Trinidad and Tobago in 2020 was $1,278.6 million, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What we have seen from 2015 to 2020 under this government review of the economy is a decline in contribution of agriculture to GDP by $189 million, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So what we have seen under this government mismanagement is an overall decline of 13%. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we look at the food import bill under this administration, we refer to their document, the PNM Manifesto, page 47. Let's do this together in 2015. And page 47, place the food import bill at $4 billion. However, 5 years later, when we turn to their Roadmap to Recovery document, 2020, page 35, and I quote, food import bill, $5.6 billion. So under this government, we see our food import bill increasing from 4 billion to 5.7 billion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And this is how they claim to be reducing the food import bill of this country. Clearly, left foot doesn't know what right foot is doing, and that is their PNM Balizier style of governance, totally out of touch with the needs of the citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member, you have 2 more minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There are so many more issues affecting the agriculture sector, affecting the constituents of Couva North, things like water we don't have in areas like Brickfield and Butler Village and Ojamaraj and surrounding areas. Some of the worst roads and worst infrastructure in the constituency of Couva North, Mr. Deputy Speaker. However, I will deal with these issues at another time. In wrapping up, I want to make mention of another major issue that is troubling our country and is going to affect all the citizens in the upcoming Christmas season, and that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the price of poultry. According to the Ministry of Trade and Industry, poultry prices, and I went straight to their website, and from December 2020, the average price of poultry was $4.43. In March 2021, $6.20. In April 2021, we had $6.95. In July 2021, $4.49. In November 2021, $7.71. And now the price of poultry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has significantly increased to $8. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has been pointed out that in the Namdevco food box hamper, we have not been receiving poultry for the last 2 weeks. And upon discussing this issue with representatives from the industry, it clearly is a poultry shortage to meet the demand in this country that is going to cause the price of poultry to increase. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with those things being said, once more, I endorse this motion presented by my colleague, the MP for Oropuch West, and I thank you very much for this opportunity.
I now recognize the member for Dabadi O'Meara. And member, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want you to listen very carefully. Listen to the silence. The silence because there's no woot, woot, woot of a helicopter rushing in to bring somebody late to Parliament. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we want to speak about money, management, accountability, at this motion brought forward today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, one line stood out to me. And whereas the government continues to fund its wastage and corruption by engaging in increased domestic and foreign debt while depleting state resources, it's ludicrous, Mr. Deputy Speaker, ridiculous, preposterous. This is the pot calling the kettle blank, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member of Superior and the UNC 19 on a whole seem to suffer from collective amnesia. Decisions that were made under the People's Partnership are still haunting the country to this day, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
48.6.
Overruled.
Had there been accountability, transparency during their tenure, the taxpayers would have saved millions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, while it is always an honor to address the Honorable House, I must say I'm a bit disappointed by what the opposition presented today. In fact, the only bright spark was the color of the tie for the member for Pointe-a-Pierre. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I entered this debate, I'm beginning to feel as if there's a carnival circus where a ringmaster is pulling all the strings. This particular topic, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has been debated over and over again for the past 6 years, establishing over and over that on this side, we have a visionary leader. On this side, we were able to steer a sinking, crashing economy to what IMF now calls stable ground. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this was done despite a global pandemic that literally crippled many economies across this globe. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the amazing work done by this PNM government, by the Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, and the Ministry of Finance, led by my very experienced and intelligent Minister Imbert and his team. Without these key players, Mr. Deputy Speaker, God alone knows what the state of this economy would have been, especially after the ravishing of the Treasury between the periods 2010 and 2015. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is déjà vu, because all my colleagues and all the right-thinking citizens of Trinidad and Tobago know that the PNM has been following and working with a mandate and a vision.
Silence, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, how can ethically, morally, that this motion could be called? How can the Opposition 19 accuse the government of funding wastage and corruption? Mr. Deputy Speaker, have they forgotten SIS? Have they forgotten the vibrating massaging chair? Mr. Deputy Speaker, they may have, but I have not. Mr. Deputy Speaker, how can they forget?
One second. Again, member, each one of you all will be given the opportunity to join the debate. So please, the slight outbursts and so on will not be tolerated. Proceed.
How can we forget the opposition once used the National Gas Company as an ATM, Mr. Deputy Speaker? I have not forgotten, which is why I am grateful that the Honourable Member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West is leading energy on this side. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can give you hundreds of examples of the wastage led by the opposition. And here we are, in a pandemic, COVID-19, and we are still doing very well. It is no secret that the fall in oil and gas prices, coupled with the pandemic, has put a strain on the economy. Sacrifices and tough decisions had to be made, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if they were in charge, our people would have suffered tremendously. Mr. Deputy Speaker, decisions are not always popular. But we are doing what is best for the nation. This is not a popularity contest. As a parent, as a citizen, I want what is best for the entire country, Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to remind the member for Couva South that Tobagonians will soon see green fig will turn yellow. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our economy is not the only economy under attack by the pandemic. And every single time I hear about laptops, I get so irritated, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because as a teacher during that period, I can tell you, laptops were only available for Form 1 students. A teacher could not access a laptop. You were not allowed to use a laptop in school unless the school had the necessary infrastructure. You know what is the difference with the PNM government? You know what is the difference with the Minister of Education, Dr. Nian Gadsby-Dolly? We give laptops to all. To every single child that needs, to every single teacher that need assistance. We provide MiFi devices to those children that are below who cannot afford it because of their parents' economic status. Because we are intent on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not just propping up the education system, but fixing it, because that is what Dr. Rowley asked us to do. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in face of all the adversity and hardship caused by this pandemic, we see the care and concern. I hear the cries about agriculture. I cannot remember or recall who was the last Minister of Agriculture, and that says something because I remember everything. The member in the other side, Clarence Rambarat, is doing an excellent job. Namdevco hampers are feeding this nation. This Rowley-led administration has fought to ensure that the people of Trinidad and Tobago will be supported through this pandemic every step of the way. The combined effects of COVID-19, energy production cuts, price shocks, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am sorry I have to explain to the member for Couva North. The reason why prices go up is because of COVID-19. And I will say it a little slower. The reason why the prices went up is because of COVID-19. Because of all the lovely shipping issues. That is why we cannot have low prices. It is not the government that sets the price, but rather the supermarkets. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 4% of the GDP to help the most vulnerable employment and firms, while the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago eased monetary and financial sector policy to ensure adequate liquidity and preserve financial stability. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm saying it again, preserve financial stability. Do you think that the UNC could have done that? No, the PNM did that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, permit me to remind the other side that this administration has done and will continue to do. We will preserve financial stability by addressing our agriculture sector in a tax-free industry, constantly developing innovative ways that will encourage farmers to stay and investors to invest. We are focusing on young, passionate entrepreneurs that will take this industry to the top of the regional and global markets. We just completed a modern hatchery facility right in Couva. We did that. We are continuing the highways expansion projects that will not only generate employment, but will have a faster and more efficient way for the movement of goods and services throughout the island. Again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we did that. A trade and promotional agency to encourage foreign direct investment, Invest TT, Export TT. PNM did that. A massive housing drive for lower income owners, an opportunity for small contractors. Deputy Speaker, I don't understand why I would have to repeat what was said in the last budget debate. All these great plans, all these things are being done by the People's National Movement. We did that. We heard the Minister of Trade. We heard the Minister of Energy. We heard about Special Economic Zones Authority. Again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we did that. Are we really serious about the people's business? Or is this UNC 19 going to spend the rest of their short political careers as mischief makers? You see, Deputy Speaker, what is most upsetting about this motion, it comes prematurely on the heels of a budget that was not only passed in this honorable House a couple of months ago, and we understand that Rome and our economy would not be built in a day. Likewise, the undoing and the fixing, the drastic damage done by the former regime from 2010 to 2025, we would need our next 25 years in office. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is utter foolishness for any member to accuse this government of presenting budgets unrelated to the needs of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Sometimes it seems as if others live in a twilight zone. Because from 2015 to this date, this country has not only received budgets that have positively impacted the nation both economically and socially, every single budget has been laid, brought forth, and passed in this honorable House. It has been crafted and well designed to put the needs and the welfare of our citizens first. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we continue to put the needs of the citizens first. I can tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this economy is on a sustainable path in partnership with the leadership, guidance, and vision of Dr. Keith Rowley-led administration. Mr. Deputy Speaker, only 19 heads buried in sand of ignorance will not acknowledge the positive turn of this economy. And as we watch what goes in Tobago, as we acknowledge our countries are 2 islands, 1 country, and we will continue to put the benefit of the people of Tobago first, as we are doing for the people of Trinidad. We on this side are extremely confident of going along with this nation, of the ongoing and the upcoming projects. We are very well aware of what we must do, and we will continue to do it. We are all hard workers on this side, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We continue to show up, and we will continue to work, because we know the people of Trinidad and Tobago must come first. This is not about any grief, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is about determination, persistence, and always the People's National Movement will always be here to steer the country in the right direction. And I am very happy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the minority leader of the House in Tobago is a Morris, because that alone will tell you. He is more than able to handle the task, because we have 4 years to make things right again. And we here, on the government side, Mr. Deputy Speaker, decide with sober thinking. On our side, we know COVID-19 is a war, and we will continue to fight that battle to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Siparia. Silence. Honourable member, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I join in this debate on this private members' day on a motion moved by MP Tanku, I want to start off by endorsing the contributions made by members of the opposition on this very important motion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm sure you will not begrudge me a moment to say congratulations to the PDP in Tobago. Congratulations in particular to Chief Secretary Farley Augustine and Deputy Chief Secretary Watson Duke, together with their members, their supporters, assemblymen, and all those who went out on Monday last to really say to the people of Tobago, they've chosen new leaders to help chart a pathway for development, sustainable development and transformation. And one of the reasons why there was that wipeout by the PDP in Tobago of the PNM has to do with the very things that this motion is speaking to. With respect to the neglect of the economy and with respect to the failure of the government to generate sustainable economic growth and development, not just in Tobago, but also in Trinidad. And so that victory in Tobago I think is well deserved by the PDP, and we want to wish them all God's blessings in their endeavors to chart a course for sustainable development in Tobago. Before I go into the substance of the motion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I really would like to observe what I see as a failure which needs to be corrected. Today is 6 months, Mr. Deputy Speaker, since our Parliament last debated a private member's motion. That's almost half a year. June was the last time that a private member's motion has been debated. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you well know the standing orders, that in the fourth Friday of every month, there shall be a debate on a private member's motion. For this term, in this 12th Parliament, since we sat in September of last year, there have been 44 ordinary sittings of this House and 1 extraordinary sitting. Out of those 45 sittings, only 5 have been given the observance of debate on a private member's motion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to raise this because that is my constitutional duty. The opposition does have instruments and vehicles for raising matters, and today is one of those for private member's motion. And as we debate this motion...
Honourable Member, one sec. Again, but now may not be the time in order to go into the details of that. Right? We have a particular, a substantive motion before us. And again, you would well know that there's a certain procedure that you can go forward in lodging the necessary documentation with regards to the particular aspect. But for now, I'll just give you a slight preamble, but again, we would not be able to go into all the details of that.
I thank you very much, and I'm guided, Deputy Speaker. So as I go into the substance of the motion and the matters raised therein, I think it is worthy of note, and just en passant, that we have been deprived over and over again of this voice for the over 309,000 people who voted for us to bring opposition private members in the Parliament. So this motion today is a motion of very critical importance. We are not only facing a historic health crisis, but it's also an historic economic crisis. Never before have businesses been ordered to close for so long, workers ordered to stay away from work, travel, and movement has also been restricted. These measures have devastated people's livelihoods, whilst also destroying people's lives at the highest rate anywhere in the world. Indeed, I'm told today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we have reached about 25 deaths from the COVID today, and this has been the trend continuing. Given the situation, government has been closed, in the view of some, to being criminally negligent in managing the economy. Government has consistently presented budgets unrelated to the needs of the citizenry. And my colleague, MP Tanku, has raised some of the issues with respect to budgets and the promises which never seem to materialize. Promises, P&M promises never materialize. And you know, when I listen to the Honourable Member for Arima, I can see clearly why it is that the seat she represented was just lost by the P&M in Arima. That seat was lost because the member clearly doesn't seem to have an understanding of what performance is about. So making promises about the budgets, within the budgets, about the economy is not good enough. You have to implement those promises. And from all the members I listened to today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on this motion, no member has been able to stand up to tell us what they've done with the over $300 billion spent by them in the last 6 years. They cannot tell us what are the projects they've implemented. And up to today, I have not heard one government member in this debate really seriously responding to the issues that have been raised by the opposition in this debate with respect to neglect of the economy. And so I support the motion where we resolve that this House condemns government for its neglect of the economy and failure to generate sustainable economic growth and development. We have seen the budget, as I say, at a mismatch. My colleague MP Tanku raised several things he said, taken from a survey that he did, his office did, together with other surveys, highlighting the main areas of concern. I will not repeat them. They are well known. And I commend him for pointing these out and showing how these budgets over the years, 6 years, have all failed to deal with the issues that the P&M itself had identified as crucial matters. We see, for example, $5 billion through being budgeted and allegedly spent on COVID, And we have yet now, we are number one in the world for the highest rate of the deaths, COVID. Just days ago, we had the highest rate of death. And we are seeing, we are breaking all the wrong records, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all the wrong records. At the same time, I want to say we have only 52 ICU beds in Trinidad for over 1.3 million. Money's budgeted, over $300 billion being budgeted, and we only have 52 ICU beds. How can that be real for a population of 1.3 million people? Where did these billions of dollars go? Was it to the usual friends and family and financiers? People's lives and livelihoods are at stake. Over 2,100 deaths have occurred, again, affecting thousands of families. Some of these victims have been the main income earners. People are being asked to pay over $1,000, sometimes $1,500 for COVID tests. Where are they going to get this money from? Why couldn't that $5 billion COVID expenditure also be used for testing, doing COVID testing? Why not? Why? Again, budgeting in a way which is in a mismatch with the needs of the population. Yet, budget after budget, even before COVID began, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I heard speakers talking about COVID did this and COVID did that and COVID did the other and COVID. The economy collapsed long before COVID. We must not forget that. It was not COVID which collapsed our economy. It was the PNM who collapsed our economy. And so every year, budget after budget, promises made, fancy promises, never materialize. Expenditures have nothing to do with what was presented in the budget. In every year, we have seen the economy fall under this government. Central bank data tells us very clearly, comes from the central bank data. In 2016, real GDP declined by 6.3%. 2017 fell by 2.7%. 2018 GDP declined by 0.7%. 2019 fell a further 0.2%. In 2020, real GDP collapsed at a whopping 7.4%. This is central bank data, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so people are now out of work. Those who are working are not spending. Everyday businesses are closing down across the country. When we look at foreign direct investment, you know, growing up, I think many of us would have gone through a story in our primary schools about the goose that laid the golden egg. The one main industry in this country, which was the one bringing in forex to Trinidad and Tobago, was Petro-Trinidad. What did we do? We killed the goose that laid the golden egg. We closed down one most important major foreign exchange earner. Then when we look at FDI, foreign direct investment, we have lost about $9.85 billion, almost 10 billion TT dollars left Trinidad and Tobago, left where we had minus FDI, minus outflows of foreign direct investment. I have no qualms by saying that under my leadership, US $7.12 billion, that's 48.3 billion TT dollars came in FDI inflows. Under this government, what we are seeing, an outflow, negative numbers coming in. And then this government will want to tell us they have managed the economy properly, that there's financial and fiscal stability. Nothing of the sort. Nothing is further from the truth. You have decimated the economy, as you have decimated the working people and the working poor in this country. Instead of using the economic indicators which measure the poor health of our economy, government has sought to attack, they have sought to downplay, and they ignore the warning signs that they are leading us to economic ruin. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we all know, you test a patient's health, there are certain indicators you look at, pulse, heart rate, etc., etc. When you look to the health of an economy, there are macro indicators which point to the health of the economy. Is it in good health? It's in bad health. And when we look at every one of the macro indicators, we will see that we are in a very, very bad way with the economy. Unemployment, let's take one of the indicators. Over 113,000 people lost their jobs. And that is only up to June that we have data for. Since June 2020, we have no data. So far more have lost their jobs under the COVID lockdowns and so on. Our debt to GDP, 85% debt to GDP, and by the last count, and rising. National output fell from TT $171 billion in 2015 to TT 143 billion in 2020, a decline of $28 billion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Indeed, there is grave cause for concern for the economy, and yet when the minister stood up here to speak today, could not point to one direction in which we would go in terms of building up a sustainable economy, having sustainable development. I know my colleague mentioned the Economic Advisory Board. Under my watch, we used that board to help us invest in human capital, and that's how we were able to grow over 50,000 new jobs on our watch. Instead, 113,000 up to June last year lost their jobs. Then we look at, as I say, the decline of 28 billion in national output from 2015 when we left to now. To 2020, I'm sorry. This decline in GDP affects the tax base. And that is why, perhaps to cover their incompetence, government is forcing new taxes on the population, such as a property tax. As I said, foreign exchange is in short supply. And so government repeatedly raids the HSF. They've taken out about TT $15 billion in the time they've been there. They have not put a cent into the HSF. All that money was put there by previous governments, not this present Rowley government. When we look at the other indicators, my colleague spoke about a roadmap to recovery, a roadmap to nowhere. They have failed, this government has failed, and up to today continues to fail to present a sustainable and viable plan to do what? To address job creation, investment, forex generation. Nothing of the sort has been presented today or even before. And when we looked at the failed economy, the pain that this is causing so many families without jobs, without incomes, without food, without some of their dear loved ones, whatever happened to that roadmap to recovery? Like the rest of the roads in this country, there are probably more potholes in that road to recovery than there is asphalt. We have become not just a banana republic, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can you ask the member, Minister Hines, to leave me alone? When he gets his turn to speak, we will leave him alone. You cannot sit across the floor and shout across the floor. You cannot shout across the floor.
Please.
Have some respect to the chair.
Members, member for Laventille West, please have your seat. Please have your seat. No, and you also cannot do that, member. Hold on. Member.
Embarrassing.
Listen. 2 wrongs don't make a right. So, member for Siparia, right? Rest assured you will have my protection.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Right? And again, member for Laventille West, as you know, there are certain procedures how we do things in this house.
I thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank you very much.
Mr. Laventille West, please.
You see, Laventille West, you're lost. You're lost. Sit down. Deal with it. Deal with it. Deal with it. I am not going to be interrupted, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, as said, member for Siparia, you have the protection of the chair. But honorable members, again, I am not going to tolerate the crosstalk and the necessary outbursts. Right? On a point of order, there are standing orders that we are governed by. Please utilize them. Proceed.
Thank you again, Deputy Speaker. What we are experiencing as well with this decimation of the economy is the whole issue of the rising food prices that we must comment upon. And, you know, I want to make this plea. The government said they will remove VAT on items, okay? But they had come after forming the government. They came and they put VAT on everything. And recently making people feel plain, as they say in local parlance, smart with foolishness, moved from a few items, you move it. Today I want to make a plea as we go into the Christmas season. Do not let it be a Scrooge Christmas. Remove the VAT during this Christmas season on all the food items. Remove the VAT on all the food items. And I want to agree, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are dealing with budgets and accountability and transparency and so on. And one place that is badly in need of accountability is that THA where for 21 years we could not get an Auditor General's report. And I call for a forensic audit of all the accounts at the THA. This will help. That is budgeting too. That's where money is allocated for being paid. And the Auditor General has a job in law to audit those accounts. But for 21 years under the PNM, never happened. So thank God that there has been that change, that we can see some transparency coming out of that THA in terms of taxpayers' dollars allocated to the THA. It is clear then, as we come to yet another Christmas, that the PNM has now become, because of their neglect of the economy and all the other ills where they fail to perform and implement and serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the government is now a minority government in Trinidad and definitely a minority government in Tobago. Despite all the grants and all the other usual mamagai, it was clear. The writing was on the wall. And so, as I say, we look forward to a forensic audit of the THA and to get some transparency in terms of how taxpayers' dollars have been spent. For 21 years, taxpayers' dollars through budgets in the THA, 21 years and $40 billion spent. And what do the people of Tobago have to show for that? Certainly not the Scarborough Hospital, because that was built firstly started and then completed under my watch. Many of the schools were completed under our watch. Many of the projects in Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So let's find out where that $40 billion went over 20 years. It is clear then, as I conclude, I say that we agree that this House should condemn government for neglect of the economy and failure to generate sustainable economic growth and development. And we say that the government has failed to present a sustainable and viable plan to address job creation, investment, or foreign exchange generation. The cost of living continues to escalate, lowering standard of living and quality of life of a significant segment of the population. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you as I commend this motion to this Honourable House.
I recognize the member for Lupino Bonne West.
Thank you very much.
Member, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me first say that when I saw the member for Superior entering the chamber, clad in her green, obviously it was not surprising. But I thought she would have taken this opportunity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to come to this Parliament and apologize for this country and to this country for the ills that went on in this country between the period of her reign, between 2010 and 2015, when this country experienced unbridled corruption, wastage.
Deputy Speaker, 48.8. This motion is not about the member for Superior.
Overruled.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And she comes to this Parliament and boasting, attempting to ride the wave of a PDP victory in the Tobago House of Assembly elections. This is the same leader who was Prime Minister in 2013 when she supported the TOP. And that TOP party was completely wiped out.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, 48.1, I would like to hear about the neglect of the economy and not the TOP or whatever it was.
Okay, again, honorable members, again, member, I will give you some leeway, but one of the things is, again, the pronoun. Please, honorable member, member for Superior, opposition leader, as against the pronouns that you are using.
I take your guidance, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank you very much for that guidance. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we heard speakers on the other side. Every single speaker in this motion made reference to the outcome of the recent THA elections last week. And therefore, it is my responsibility responding on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago to also make reference and to respond to them. And whilst I do not wish to take up time in responding and speaking about the outcome of the THA elections, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is what they have placed on the hands of in this debate, and therefore it is my responsibility to respond before I go into the depth of this motion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and as I intend to remain very, very short on this matter, the UNC opposition has absolutely no moral authority to speak about elections in Trinidad and Tobago, and more so Tobago.
Moral authority of the opposition and so on a motion.
Overruled.
Thank you very much. Because if they so desire to come and speak about elections in Tobago, then they should have the moral authority to put a candidate in Tobago and fight for the elections. And if they are not prepared to put a candidate and contest elections in Tobago, then they have no authority to come here and speak to us or anybody in Trinidad and Tobago about any elections in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I listened to the member for Oropouche West, he said absolutely nothing different from what the opposition has been saying over the last month or the last year more so. Absolutely nothing. And I looked at his presentation and he could not even manage his time in responding and in piloting this motion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this motion is a continuation or rather an attempt by the opposition to reignite and to perhaps continue in the budget debate of 2022, because as we all recall, the opposition collapsed in the middle of a budget debate when none of them was prepared to stand and respond to the government in its budget contribution for the new financial year 2022. And perhaps, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is their attempt to save face, to pretend to file a motion against the government and its management of this economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would want, as I move into the motion, and I agree with my previous speakers on this side, that this motion is ill-conceived, it is frivolous, it is vexatious, it has no merit, it has nothing to offer, he has not produced any solutions, any alternatives to move this economy forward and to move this country forward. And to put some context, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me remind this country that in 2010, when the UNC was in power, the revenue position in Trinidad and Tobago in 2010 was $46.7 billion with an expenditure of $43.8 billion. In 2011, with a revenue position of $47.5 billion and an expenditure of $51.5 billion, the country faced a deficit of $3.9 billion. 2012, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the country recorded a revenue of $49.3 billion under the UNC, an expenditure of $52.8 billion, recording a deficit of $3.5 billion. 2013, recording a revenue position of $52.7 billion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with an expenditure of $57.9 billion, a deficit of $5.1 billion. 2014, revenue $58.3 billion, expenditure $61.9 billion. 2014, expenditure of $61.9 million, a deficit of $3.5 billion. In 2015, a revenue position of $57.2 billion, an expenditure of $59.9 billion to a deficit of $2.7 billion. This is the position. This is the same party. This is the same member who represents the same party that is talking about economic diversification and preaching to this country economic diversification. When you were running a budget of almost $61.9 billion in 2015.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48.1 relevance. This motion is about the budgets of this PNM government, not the budgets of the past PP government.
Overruled.
Thank you very much. And that is the context, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we have to understand. And the country has to look at the UNC and ask itself on what position, what is its moral authority to come to this government and to come to this parliament and tell us about anything about management of the economy. They have no moral authority to speak about it. None whatsoever. If you have spent a budget of $61.9 billion in 2015, every single year of their term, with oil price and high energy prices, before it plummeted in 2015, they have done absolutely nothing to diversify the economy between 2010 and 2015. And all we have during that period of time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all we had with high revenues, high expenditure, Beetham wastewater scandal, NGC scandal, increase in the cost of desalination water, costing this country almost $600 million per year. $600 million per year. We had one contractor, we all know the name. After the previous Prime Minister slept there for months, benefiting from millions of dollars in state contracts. But yet still, the member for Oropouche West files a motion against the government of Trinidad and Tobago and talking about that the government continues to fund its wastage and corruption by engaging in increased domestic and foreign debt while depleting state resources. What is he talking about? What has this government done between 2015 and 2022 that suggests that the government is engaging in acts of corruption by engaging in increased domestic and foreign debt while depleting state resources? When this country understands that between 2015 and 2022, what this government has done was to let this country and stabilize this country so that we can have and our children can have a safe 20 years ahead, despite difficult financial circumstances. Between 2015 and 2021, not one member of the opposition can stand in this parliament today and accuse any member of this government on this side or any member of the cabinet of wastage or corruption. Not one of them. But they cannot boast of the same thing. And oftentimes when I see the UNC filing these motions, I'm wondering if they're seeking to speak to themselves because they cannot be speaking about the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the People's National Movement. It is an absolute and a perfect description of the UNC, but not the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Absolutely nothing. We had under the UNC, with all this money coming into the country, high energy prices, billions of dollars, running a budget of $61 billion. What have we done? We did not offer this country life support that cost so many of our citizens, especially in the East-West corridor, their lives. We did not do it. We did not engage in any corrupt activity or in any contractual arrangement that is hanging like an albatross against the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We have not done it. But all we have done, Mr. Deputy Speaker, during these difficult financial times was to offer this country stability, offer this country decency, morality in public affairs. We have heard the Minister of Finance in his 2022 budget presentation offering a platform to rebuild this country. As we seek to climb out of this global pandemic and return to some semblance of normalcy by offering and expending millions of dollars in vaccination and vaccines to our country so that they can come and get vaccinated and return to work. And despite all the lockdowns and the public health restrictions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not one public servant was retrenched. Not one. Every single one of them, despite not coming to work and work from home arrangement, they were able to receive their salaries. How can one accuse the government of mismanagement when, despite these difficulties, the government was able to hold the country together? And today, we can say that every single public servant was able to retain their jobs and receive their salaries on time. Look at what is happening in other countries, especially in the Caribbean. They cannot even pay their public officers. So many of our neighbors in the Caribbean cannot pay their public officers on time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We cannot say the same thing for Trinidad and Tobago. But recently, the Minister of Finance and the Member of Parliament for Diego Martin Northeast was able to present a budget and a roadmap that will create further stability and assist this country in rebuilding as we seek to come out of this global pandemic. We have acquired vaccines to the tune of millions of dollars. We expanded our social safety net to the tune of $5 billion. The government has introduced a 3-year cap in the reduction in tax rate by 5% for exporters of local goods, which is over $500,000. Over 500 exporters will now benefit from this. We've also introduced a program where a 3-year cap in the reduction in the tax rate by 50% for small and micro enterprises whose core business relating to technology, to transform this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, into a technologically driven economy, thereby creating numbers of employment in the technology sector. And that's the reason why we created the Ministry of Digital Transformation, because we recognize that in the new economy after the pandemic, we need an economy that is driven by technology, and by so doing, creating hundreds of employment opportunities for our young people, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Despite the challenges and despite the difficulties, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government has announced that we will continue to provide social safety and security for the vulnerable in our society. And that's the reason why we talked about the utility rate review and the utility cash card system. That as we seek to transform the economy and make Tiantec and Wassa more financially sustainable, that the government will provide protection to the less vulnerable by offering a cash card system to assist the less vulnerable in the society to be able to continue to afford water and electricity. The government has removed a list of items, removed VAT on a list of food items. The government has indicated that because of this international crisis in the supply chain arena, a number of issues that are outside of the control of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. But we've decided to remove VAT on a list of food items to afford protection to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Which country or which economy that is badly managed that will be able to afford this kind of protection to the less vulnerable in the society? Which country that is badly managed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the government is now offering all these incentives to be able to transform the economy? And we can show that despite our challenges, that we have taken initiatives to transform this economy and create new job opportunities for our young people. We have heard so much about the Ministry of Youth and National Service, the Ministry of Agriculture, all these ministries pursuing initiatives that will transform this country and create new job opportunities in the agriculture sector. And there's so many different sectors. We've heard the Minister of Trade. I'm hoping that we hear the Ministry of Social Development, where the government continues to pursue initiatives to protect the less vulnerable in the society. But today, the member for Oropuch West files a motion to talk about, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to talk about the government expending money on wastage and corruption, etc. This motion is frivolous. It has no hope. It is hopeless. It is hopeless like the UNC. And it is because they have nothing to offer to Trinidad and Tobago. They are busy trying to create the impression that the people of Trinidad and Tobago we are all experiencing unfortunate circumstances, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because they are on a mantra. If it is on a Sunday, if it is their Monday night forum, whatever it is, and they come here to this parliament to create mischief in the minds of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, that they are existing in unfortunate circumstances, when they do know that despite the difficulties that we face, we in Trinidad and Tobago continue to do well in every single sector, because we are managed by a prime minister and a government who is prepared to take difficult decisions in the national interest. This is not a popularity contest. This is not a contest to remain in power at all costs. Yes, it is politics. And we want to be on this side because we believe that the alternative to the PNM is chaos and confusion. And therefore, it is our duty in the national interest to remain on this side, to provide that level of guidance and the level of stability. And we will do everything that we need to do to ensure that the UNC remain across there, preaching negativity and all kinds of things that are far away from the truth. And we will remain on this side in good times and in bad. Election in Tobago or elections in Trinidad, the PNM will remain the PNM, and we will continue to provide good leadership to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member for Couva South. Member, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I join this debate, and permit me to immediately tell the member for Lupino Bonnet West that any elections that are held under the Elections and Boundaries Commission in Trinidad and Tobago, and the very fact that Trinidad and Tobago is still a unitary state, the United National Congress will fulfill its duty and responsibilities as it relates to the democracy of Trinidad and Tobago, and no member of the government's bench will muzzle the opposition from speaking, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And you know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Lupino Bonnet West, and it's important to remind them, because the last time when I spoke in this chamber, this honorable house, I spoke on the TTRA bill, and I sounded a warning to them, and I told them that time was longer than twine. As the old people would say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the usual style, you know, they laugh, they scoff, they continued with their contemptuous and arrogant behavior. And in that regard, Mr. Deputy Speaker,
Mr. Deputy Speaker,
Again, member overruled, but added to that, honorable member, again, every speaker has identified the whole situation with regards to the THA and everything else. So again, you will have limited time in proceeding along those lines. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The reality is the reality, and the 6th of December will continue to be in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. And we will continue to remind them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, those of us who are on the ground will tell you that national budgets are supposed to deal with the fiscal year, and the government has spent approximately $316 billion, and in fact, in this particular financial or fiscal year, they have projected through the member for Degomate Northeast to spend, I think, another $45 billion. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the reality is that under Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, their 7 budgets have contained absolutely no income. It has realized really no income and mental inspiration for the creation of jobs, for the attraction of foreign direct investment or stimulus of the microenterprise sector, which is vitally needed or critically needed to keep the middle class afloat in Trinidad and Tobago. And it has had no people-centered development to address the cries and tears of the working class and workers of Trinidad and Tobago, who have been consistently abused, battered, deceived, and mamagayed by this most uncaring, vicious, callous, insensitive, anti-labor, anti-worker, and anti-people government in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, after 7 budget presentations, we must never forget it was splashed across the front pages of all the newspapers of Trinidad and Tobago.
Overruled.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, apparently their behavior, they have learned nothing since the 6th of December. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and their ability to derail this presentation this evening will not be successful.
Member, I have ruled. Proceed.
And Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must never forget, this nation must never forget the images of Lake Asphalt workers which were plastered on the national newspapers of this country, where they were on bended knees appealing to Almighty God for salvation and intervention for their just dues, their blood, sweat, and tears. And during his presentation, in response to my colleague, the member for Oropouche West, the Minister of Finance, said that their spending and their overall management of the economy of Trinidad and Tobago over the last 6 to going into its 7th year would have catered for the needs of all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the wages of political sin and deceit is political debt, which they will ultimately learn in time to come, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are debating a motion on a very significant day. This motion, which is the 10th of December, which is recognized globally by the United Nations as Human Rights Day, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And this year's theme focuses on the issue of equality, and it takes into consideration that the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights grants all the access to medical care, the necessary social services, and the right of security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, and or a lack of livelihood in the circumstances beyond the control of the individual. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the issues that I've referred to in the context of the United Nations Universal Declaration, it is important that if we are to address all of these issues on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, we need a buoyant economy. We need an economy to provide hope to all citizens. And the reality is one of suffering and hopelessness on the ground. And while they will not want to hear and they will not want to be reminded of such, it is important. The reality is on the ground. And I want to quote from the Express newspaper of the 23rd of November 2021. And the big question, are you paying more for food items at the supermarket and market, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And Mr.
Deputy Speaker, Standing Order 55-1B. This is about the fifth person to talk about this.
Again, member.
Mr. Deputy.
Member, again, I'll have to abide by the ruling and you'll need to move on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. During their respective presentations, that I have to go into my notepads now because they do not want to hear of the reality. So it is important to respond. And I will respond to some of the issues that was raised as it relates to the government indicated through the Minister of Finance that the government has been able to reduce wastage, and he boasted that in 2014 the annual budget stood at $63 billion in terms of what existed under the government of Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar. And the PNM has been able to reduce expenditure, and he boasted over the last 6 years. And on an average, they said they reduced the expenditure to $50 billion over the last 6 years. And he wanted, he cast aspersions, and all of them and all the members of the government who have spoken so far, they have attempted to broad brush that there was wastage and squandermania and so on, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is important to remind them, as it relates, and to remind the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago in relation to trying to create a narrative that nothing or Trinidad and Tobago did not benefit as it relates to the expenditure that was incurred by the state during the government that was led by the member for Superior, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa. And Mr. Deputy Speaker,
Standing Order 55.
I want to...
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Standing Order 55.1. Every speaker has regaled us about the expenditure under Kamla Prasad Bisesa and the corruption that occurred.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am responding...
Hold on. Member, 1 second. Overrule.
You see, Mr. Deputy... Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am guided by your ruling, but I am also responding because they want to create a narrative. They want a broad brush, but they do not like to hear the facts when it is put to them in this House. And we will not remain silent on that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister for St. Joseph is the biggest hypocrite because he is the biggest beneficiary.
48-6. 48-6.
Member, I need you to withdraw that statement and move on.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I withdraw. But the Minister of Health...
Member,
I withdraw the remark, Mr. Deputy. I am moving on, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But it is important to remind the country that the member for St. Joseph is leading the Ministry of Health over the last 6 years. In the last 2 years, he has been dealing with the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and the establishment of a parallel healthcare system. And if the part of the $300 billion was not spent on the Couva Children's Hospital, the construction of the Arima Hospital to turn the sod, and the vision for a Point Fortin Hospital, Mr. Deputy Speaker, today the over 2,000 plus persons who have died as a result of COVID, they probably would have died on the streets of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And this is why St. Joseph should be the last to speak about where the money went.
Member, please direct to the chair. I do not appreciate the gesticulation. Address the chair, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in addition to the construction of institutions from a healthcare point of view, we must never forget the highway to Point Fortin. We must never forget the construction of the Valencia Bypass Road. We must never forget the construction of the 100 schools. In fact, the Gomate notice was with the then Prime Minister cutting a ribbon, and he had all the glee when that school was opened in his constituency, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
38. Consistent abuse.
Overrule. Proceed.
And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Trade and Industry was invited into this chamber to defend the government in her contribution, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And she went on, that is the minister, about members of the opposition not understanding the disruption in the supply global chain, and we do not understand the global reality existing in Trinidad and Tobago. And she went on with a long diatribe as it relates to...
Mr. Deputy Speaker, 48-8. You cannot say he and she. Must be the honourable member.
Members.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've been displaying the greatest sense of respect. I said the Minister of Trade.
Okay, can I rule now? Can I rule now? Again. Overruled, but member, again, proper pronouns, please identify, honorable member, member of parliament for the particular area, or by their particular titles, necessary ministries.
Thank you.
Right?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stated the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry was brought by the government to come and defend their track record and
Standing Order 55-1B, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable AG, you care to clarify?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are hearing a regurgitation of the very arguments raised by umpteen speakers opposite. Mrs. Prasad Bisesta, the member for Siparia, the member for Oropuch West. It is the same argument.
Again, member, I'll just give you a little leeway, tying the point, and you can move to your next particular aspect.
what I want to tell the country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that the Minister of Trade boasted this evening that this government will create thousands of jobs. In fact, she stated 4,500 jobs. I want to tell them, and I want to remind the country, it is this government that has presided
Remember, you have 1 more minute.
over the loss of 130,000 jobs in their last 6 years of governing Trinidad and Tobago. They will create no jobs. I want to warn the citizens of this country.
No, two persons cannot speak at the same time.
Mr. Deputy
Speaker. Hold on, the member has a point of order.
I rise on Standing Order 55-1B in brackets.
I remember you have a couple of seconds. Could you wind up?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. 7 years of PNM budgets that we can only call a PNM hustle. 7 years of PNM squandermania.
Mr. Deputy
7 years of billions of dollars of taxpayers' money gifted to PNM friends and family.
Member, your time has expired.
Deputy.
I recognize the member for La Hoqueta Talparo. And member, you have 20 minutes.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to join in this debate. I am from Couva South. I actually live in Couva South. And the presentation I heard earlier on is as unimpressive as the level of representation received by the constituents of Couva South. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this motion, of course, is just a detraction. And I see that members of the opposite side have adorned themselves in a color that doesn't represent the party that they claim to be a member of. They have certainly put away their yellow and assumed a green, and I have not seen them on the campaign trail anywhere in Tobago. They are afraid to campaign there, but they are very happy to try to join in some sort of celebration. Although they continue to claim that they have no relationship with the party in Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our government's development framework is strategically aligned to the government's mandate and our Vision 2030 theme, putting people first, nurturing our greatest asset. You recall our roadmap committee and certainly, Mr. Chairman, our focus on retaining and creating jobs. The opposite side will not know about that. Through the revamping of the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem, unlocking youth entrepreneurship, and other clusters aligned to accelerate our national recovery program. I paid particular attention to some of the comments being made by members of the opposite side, as if to suggest that somehow this government is not paying attention to our economy. And I want to share some of the positions advanced by this government led by the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would recall that the government approved a youth policy 2020 to 2025, which gave certain pillars on which we will motivate, develop, and expand opportunities for young people in Trinidad and Tobago. When they were in government, they had no such plan. These youth initiatives, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has been so widely accepted by our young people as they look forward to having an opportunity to expand their skill sets and to take part in the sustainable development of Trinidad and Tobago. We all know that as a result of the pandemic, that our young people would have experienced, as we all have, some level of difficulty. However, to their credit, they have mobilized in support of their communities and continue to make invaluable contributions as essential workers and demonstrate resilience in these extraordinary times. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the major programs of the government is the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program. I heard a speaker earlier on indicating the government not paying attention to agriculture. And let me just say that this government has paid significant attention to the development of the agricultural sector. It is this government that approved a stimulus package of over $500 million designed to support the agricultural sector and designed to make sure that we introduce young farmers, new farmers, into the agricultural sector to improve on our food security. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program is a program designed to train young people in modern agricultural techniques and following upon that to introduce them to available state land, idle state land that the Land Settlement Agency will develop, put in all the infrastructure, and following upon their training, they will have available land with all the infrastructure in place so that they can farm and contribute to our food security and the reduction of our food import bill. That is PNM at work, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, along the east-west corridor, through central Trinidad, in south Trinidad as well, many of our young people have demonstrated an interest in farming. And so this program that will come on stream early in the new year will afford those persons who demonstrate an interest in farming to come on board, receive 1-year training, and following upon that to enter into a practical arrangement on these developed lots, which will be in a homestead arrangement so that they get a home, is providing a home as well as modern technology in terms of farming, and we introduce 150 new farmers into the program. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is performance, PNM style. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would know, Trinidad and Tobago, that what we now refer to as the youth development and apprenticeship centers. The government has announced a policy to introduce and to reintroduce what we formerly call the youth camps. Our vision and our policy mandated the creation of safe spaces for our young people to allow them to achieve their fullest potential, and therefore the government will refurbish and modernize the youth facility at Chatham in South Trinidad. The government will as well refurbish and modernize the Presto Youth Development and Apprenticeship Center. the government will refurbish and modernize the El Dorado Youth Development Center for Young Ladies. In keeping with providing facilities throughout Trinidad and Tobago for the development of our young people, the government will establish a new youth development and apprenticeship center in Waterfield for our young people in East Trinidad. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in keeping with ensuring that all of our young people are developed and have opportunities available to them, the government will repurpose and remodel the Chagaramas Convention Center to house a youth apprenticeship and development center. And we, of course, will enter into arrangements with the new THA executive that has no relationship with the UNC as far as they see, to have discussions towards establishing a youth development center in the beautiful sister isle of Tobago, of which the UNC is very afraid to ever campaign and put their name on a ballot. In addition to these residential facilities, understanding that our young people need a vast array of opportunities to them, the government will expand the network of non-residential youth development centers. And therefore, in the areas of existing facilities, Basilor Street, California, Laventil, Los Bajo, Malik, and St. James, we intend to make those facilities fit for purpose and allow our young people more opportunities, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
One sec. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Monday, the 13th day of December at 1:30 p.m. And at that time, we will deal with the Finance Number 2 Bill 2021.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Monday, the 13th December 2021 at 1:30 p.m. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Monday, 13 December 2021 at 1:30 p.m.